Jump on the beat, we savage. Eat it up, boy, then cash it like 1, 2, 3. Ooh, that's that magic. Jump on the beat, we savage. Eat it up, boy, then cash it like dumb diddy dee. Ooh, that's that magic. Jump on the beat, we savage. Eat it up, boy, then cash it like 1, 2, 3. Jump on the beat like full attack. Top of the chain, we stack that like 1, 2, 3. Ooh, we don't hold back. Jump on the beat like full attack. Top of the chain, we stack that like dumb diddy dee. Heat it up. Heat it up. Just heat it up. Dumb diddy dee. Heat it up. Heat it up. Just heat it up. Heat it up. First place for the bag of rhymes. Can't stop this shit out of your mind. Top shot it up at top of the line. Fake boy, don't waste my time. First place for the bag of rhymes. Can't stop this shit out of your mind. Top shot it up at top of the line like dumb diddy dee. Heat it up. Heat it up. Just heat it up. Dumb diddy dee. Heat it up.
2016년 마지막으로 롤드컵이 미국에서 열렸을 때 그는 우승했습니다. 6년이 지난 지금 베이커는 어린 팀원들을 이끌고 다시 한번 우승에 도전합니다.
사실 결승전에 오기까지 굉장히 오래 걸렸고 또 우승하고 싶은 마음이 그동안 컸던 것 같아요.
첫 결승전을 앞두고 있는데 뭔가 이 결승에 오르는 상상을 너무나도 많이 했어서
The movie's over.
마지막 댄스가 시작됩니다.
Hello, and welcome here. We are excited to get underway. Of course, it is time to play, and no better time here than the bi-weekly grand finals of the Juno June tournament. My name is Orbital. With me is a lucky Mogu, and we will be your casters for this best of 5. Mogu, how are you doing today?
Pretty good, pretty good. It's the first time I cast a game actually in English, so it's actually pretty exciting for me, and I'm glad I have Orbital with me for today.
Of course, and I'm glad to be here. Of course, the players are just as ready as I'm sure they are hoping to get their moves on. We saw the videos earlier. We saw the monumental feats they had to go through, all the champions that they have been playing, and they're excited, I'm sure, to get things on. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of the players that will be joining us here today. Of course, the two teams are Team June as well as Team Azidal, and these are the two squads that'll be facing off between each other. On Team June, I believe we have Red Leaf Tree, we have Meepos, Beloviku, Josh, and Noah, and then on Team Azidal, it is Skeen, Nine, Truth, Camembert, as well as Banana Bread, and all these players stepping up to the challenge here today.
Exactly. Just from our trailer alone, we know that they are definitely a force to reckon with. By the way, thanks for our great editing skills. I actually feel like we are currently at like Worlds 2022 because they have them and Faker, and of course Faker being our founder of this tournament, June. So we don't know much about them, to be honest. It's the first time, but later on, maybe in the upcoming months, we will see those faces again, and then we will know more about them. But now it's fresh for them. It's also fresh for us.
And that's kind of the fun part as well, building those storylines, and hopefully the players have done the same, especially in communities like this. I sit here and say, hey, hopefully we have a really good time, and the players do as well, but I also hope for a lot of fresh banter to go through. I think these players are more than happy about trying to face off against their opponents. I do want to start taking a look at some of the lanes if possible, because I know in the top side we have Skeen and Red Leaf Tree. Now, Skeen, of course, sitting between that Emerald rank there. I think the highest they've gone through is Emerald, but they're facing off against Red Leaf Tree, who is playing at a little bit different level. It's the Diamond to Master range, but the champion pools, I want to say, are a little bit different. Taking a look at what they like to do, Skeen likes to go for a little bit more, I think, flexibility. Yeah, the Garen, the say annoyingly aggressive champions.
Exactly. And on the other side, we have Skeen coming in with like Garen, Ornn, and Pike, which is an uncommon pick, and just a little bit, Now, it's also an Aurelia main, and if anyone here watches Korean solo queue, I believe June does. I guess that's also one of the reasons why he picks it. We know how annoying Aurelia can look like in the hands of good players. Like Ira King, for example, in his dearest Korean solo queue. On the other hand, Skeen, Garen, and Ornn, these are all the champions that suffer from weak lane state because of their scaling part of the game. They do provide a huge utility to the team later on, but early game, I think it's gonna be a difficult task for him to deal with.
Well, let's see how that breaks down. Of course, inside of the jungle will be a little different set. It's Meepos for the side of Team June, and in there playing the Emerald to Diamond ranking should be quite strong, but going up against 9 on the other side, you can see the champion pools themselves vastly different as well. A little bit of interesting pickup with the Teemo there for Meepos, but heavier on the tank side. You're looking at the Yordle side, the Poppy, and the Amumu, and then the outright aggression again from 9. We're seeing heavy outside damage. You look at the Viego, you look at the Karthus, these are, if they get steamrolling, they win pretty much outright.
Exactly. I think the Teemo is just a little bit for fun here, but I've been personally looking at Meepos OPGG. I believe, if we're gonna pick a third champion in the champion pool, it's probably going to be things like Trundle, because he plays Trundle quite a lot in this season, to be honest.
You go ahead and run that Trundle, maybe you get a little bit of an advantage and you get a little bit of the extra, but we're taking a look at the mid laner, the captain's matchup here. Both players currently sitting at Masters with a peak inside of that challenger level, and you see the champion pools themselves, the cannon shared by both, but heavy playmaking on the side of Truth going for that Talia, for that Nico, well known to lay down damage as well as prep for the team. Heavy on the pick potential, though. Q on the other side, the Silence and Pantheon used to kind of efficiently destroy one opponent.
And to be honest, I think it's still kind of like a mirror. I think it's actually like the trailer that we just seen, except like Worlds, except this time it's not Faker versus Theft, it's Faker versus Faker. You have two players, especially for Truth, who is a pick lover, Nico, Talia, going for those engage, going for those picks. Both players are looking for the side lanes cutouts, not only in the lane. I expect it would be a high tempo game from both mid laner. So back to our bot lane, we have Jaja Moon against Camerbrad, which is Emerald versus Plant. I'm gonna say it's about the same. And now for our statistics, I don't know if it's a little bit of buggy or he's actually playing Darius bot. Oh my god.
That would be wild. He's looking at the recent, we're looking at a Jhin, we're looking at the ad, looking at a little bit more of a team, kind of outright damage, but it's not as, I want to say, as lethal as you would hope. But we'll see on the other side, Camembert on that same value, the Jhin, the Twitch, and maybe the Alawi thrown into the top side, wherever you want to say. Both are utilizing pretty strong champions in the lane matchup for the supports, though. A little bit different on either side. We do have Banana Bread looking with a little bit of that supportish with the pike thrown in as well if you wish to get aggressive. And then Haji, in their own rights, plays a very versatile champion pool. The Nautilus, the Karma, the Milio, these are all great ADC enabling champions if you wish to go heavy.
Exactly. Haji is one of the players that plays both Enchantress and an Engage. People are always talking about Final Man that can do you both. Haji is probably the man you're looking for. On the other side, Banana Bread is coming in with a gold elo. I think it's a little bit lower compared to the others, but we need to see how she exactly performs in game in order for us to come up with a conclusion. The pipe could also be an X factor, literally the X factor.
I was about to say, it's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting, Mogu, and I think the players are more than excited for this. Game number 1 is really going to give us a glimpse, I think, into how these matches are going to go. Remember, this is a best of 5. It can take some time to ramp up to get ready for this matchup, but game 1 tends to, in my opinion, really showcase who is going to be the one to watch, which lane we have to focus on. But before we do, I want to ask you, Mogu, who do you think we should be watching for? Which lane do you think we should be looking at first, considering the champion rundown and especially, what we saw in the trailers?
If you're asking for me, I am definitely looking at the mid lane matchup, which
yes.
One of the reasons, obviously, being both players being the highest ranked players in the game. on top of that, June is also the founder of this event, and we have to look at our boss. That's obligated, right? Please. please, observer. Can you give me more camera? Give me more news about my boss, so he actually pays us. Just kidding.
Someone's gonna be upset about that one. But honestly, I have to agree with you on that one. Just based on that factor, just the ranking itself is huge. At the same time, we also have to take a look at what a captain usually runs. If the captain is the shot caller, pretty much everything funnels through there. And their champion pools, I think, reflect that. You take a look, you mentioned it was almost Faker v Faker. And I love that. I myself, I play mid, but I play a very, I want to say, safe champions. You look at the Xerath, you look at the Veigar. These are what I like to play, but they're safe. They're not big playmakers. You look at theirs, the Silas, the Talia, the very engage or map warping, team fight shaping champions. If there is going to be some sort of change, it is going to be in that mid lane. So let's go ahead and head into that champion draft. I want to see what champions are going to be thrown down here for game number 1, and I want to see what they are going to have. Outside of there, though, which lane matchup, Mogu, do you think is going to have one of the more lopsided matchups? Because, I mean, top and I want to say bot lane were all quite interesting. I love this, though. We got the video. The players are on the stage. Let's go ahead and get into this.
Yeah, with a little bit of image not shown icon in the middle. That's the icon of this event. Let's go, Juno! So, I think that the text that we're probably looking for, or the lane that we're probably looking for, is top lane. Because we know a difference between carry type top lane versus utility standard type of top laner. The good example would be Zeus versus Impact. Both of them are top laners from T1/SKT, but two top laners definitely have different styles. I think it's kind of reflected, like if Faker, is June, then top lane matchup is probably gonna be Zeus versus Impact. So we'll put more eyes onto that. Team June already banned Carlos and Nico, definitely one of the bans focused towards the jungler, one of the bans tailored towards the mid laner, and Ashton also responsive with a Silas. Ooh, our mid laners banning each other out.
I like this though. Spawns on either side. Yeah, mid and jungle on either side kind of being focused here, which I can agree with this. I think I can agree with this quite heavily, even towards that mid lane once again, heavily targeting out the likes of Azidel, and I'm wondering exactly how this is going to play out, because we are dipping in to that hefty mid lane pool. At the same time, you have to be worried about, I want to say exactly what that leaves open on the other side. Maybe mid lane won't be as heavily focused as we do see the GP ban, but there's that cannon that we saw shaped in both champion pools, most likely headed towards that mid lane.
Exactly. In the mid lane, first pick is cannon, and wow, that's a really bold pick, because cannon first pick could lead to a lot of problems. For example, the Skarner, the tank, Gragas is a difficult matchup for Canon, knowing I can't say that for sure, because they also have the Canon top mid flash potential. And for June, it's probably going to be mid lane too. And it's already responded with a Veigar. So is it going to be Canon top, Canon mid, Canon ADC versus Veigar mid, Veigar support, Veigar bot? We don't know what's going on right now.
Either way, I think it's a solid one, to say the least. You go ahead and make sure to deny any further of those immobile champions. Now, granted, that leaves open a lot of mobile champions in the ADC role. I know ADC itself has had some interesting shakeups, especially with the changes in some of the items. You say, okay, how is this going to play out? The Gnar, though, heavy on the Yordles here. I really, really like this. I think the Yordles are OP. I think they're super strong, but we'll see what else they can throw down here. That top lane Gnar can be a bully, and I think it's going to be answered, but no, they go for the Senna in the bottom lane. Whether that's fasting or feasting will be the big call.
It's like you just mentioned, the Yordo comp is definitely here. I remember that we need 3 Yordos so that we have like what 20% dodge rate, right? And then when you have 6,
Yeah.
you have like Viper every single round. And you
Yeah,
have, like,
that's
3
how it
star
works. That's how it
Vigors.
works.
Those things start dropping from the sky. It's like 999. Like those bulls dropping from the sky. If this is TFT, unlikely, today we are not having a TFT tournament. The good old days. I still remember playing TFT at like season 3, season 4. You know, set 3, set 4
those were-
to be exact.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we had a misclick. No one decided to pick up their 3rd champion on the team of June, so we'll go ahead and get that remade, quickly move forward. But I do want to ask, if you're looking at that Senna, I feel that almost automatically calls down that Tahm Kench pickup. And I'm not sure if Josh and Noah in that bottom lane have actually played that to a decent extent, but I'm sure it's pretty close too. But do you think there's another champion that can be played with that Senna, or do you think it is going to be that Tahm Kench, like, locked in and understood?
That's for sure. Well, on top of that, there are a lot of flexible picks that can be paired with Senna too, assuming that they have their tech ready. Like we can have like the standard TK, and then we can have things like farming Seraphine, Cho'Gath, probably like we can mages also work, like things like Syndra, Zion. Or if we want to go a little bit, further, go for like whole T1 theme, because this is World's Final 2022. Like we can have, because on one side we have like Burial, right, and then on one side we have Carrier for 2022 World's Finals. We can also have things like if you go like Senna Bard, I wouldn't be surprised. Maybe they share farm, I don't know. Or to go for more extreme side, Miller. We've just seen it in the. In 2023 World's Final, following the theme of, Juno World's Final World Cup.
Oh man, that would be very, very interesting. We are taking a little bit of a break, making sure that everything is set for the players, for the teams, and ensuring that they are set to go. So we will get everything underway here shortly. Taking a look though, I want to look on the other side now. We have seen Azidal's squad go ahead and what feels like a pretty nice front to back in their own right. Igar creates a very, very nice safety, very defensive format, and then the Gnar can power forward. If we are to see some other champions come out here, what would you like to see? Especially, I want to say, in that ADC role, because of the scope of what champions are coming in. The upset to see a Miss Fortune, but I don't think Miss Fortune might be the play here. Are there any champions that you specifically want to see with the Gnar and the Veigar currently locked in?
The Gnar and the Veigar. So first thing, I think they're definitely going for Wombo. And that's exactly, with Silas ban, I think that's also a really good decision where they go for Wombo comms, because they already cut out the counter move from their side. Veigar, Gnar, technically Gnar don't really have a good lane if they decide to flex cannon to top, because it's already a old school, like one of the OG counters. Cannon take, draft, to counter Gnar in lane, when he's mini, you can just burst him down with Electroshock, and when he's mega, you can always, lightning rush forward, lightning rush backward, like a famous top laner once said. So, what ADC that would be looking for is probably something that can fill up the damage. I think it's actually really versatile right now for available ADC picks. He can go for Wombo, like Miss Fortune, or he can also go for engages like Ashe, especially in 11.12, 14.12, not 3 seasons ago, sorry, 14.12, where Ashe got buffed, a lot of items got buffed. We'll come back and see later after our break and see how they actually draft this out, and I'll see you guys soon.
Yeah.
As a child, you would wait and watch from far away. But you always knew that you'd be the one that would
here, ready to go. It looks like we are going to get back into this one, and I think they might have picked already, as we do see some fresh picks that we have not seen before. We are going to take a look at the Aatrox and the Ornn. You mentioned this earlier, Mogu. This is very much... Oh boy. Okay.
Oh no.
Ladies and gentlemen, the hardest thing about League of Legends is always drafts. It is always the hardest part of League of Legends, especially the higher ranking you go.
Yeah, like people complain about dodge lobbies in high elo solo queue. Who would have thought it also happened in our first time Juno tournament too? So Aatrox's draft, you know, I think it could be a mistake because before we went on the break, it was canon. You know, I think it's just a mistake. So
Okay.
Team, you know, Team June versus Team Agile. We come back into the game. Like, please pick. Oh, and on a new pick. Would it come in with an on a new dodges too? Please don't.
Okay.
Please don't.
Yeah, I think they finished up everything, as you do see the Hecarim coming out here. Azidal going ahead and grabbing up those very aggressive champions, but I'm liking this so far. We can see Team June, their idea of how to play is disrupt and disengage. It's the Nocturne, and then following up behind with the Jace and Kennen if you wish. But a heavy front line being built by Azidal's squad. You can see it here. The Ornn, the Hecarim, and Vigar. And then I believe they had also grabbed a few more on the back end. I mean, the Gnar, I think, is what they had run, or was that that might have been a mislook as well. So we'll see what else they bring.
Yeah, they're already switching up those Yoros, Gnars already changed to Ornn, and we have Jace on the table. Obviously, I think it's, to be honest, at this point, it's still a really difficult game for Team June to execute, as the comp currently is still lacking off CC. Yes, they do have the damage, but they don't have any armor or magic penetration built into the character. Meaning, you know, if you give 30 minutes to the Ornn, he keeps scaling, he will be like a rock, you know, in the late game, and no one's gonna have enough damage. I am not liking this draft at all for Team 2. Like, 2 poke with no percentage health, with no build in magic pen or armor pen, against Ornn, Hecarim, and Vigar, who also has the potential to build half tank.
I mean, this also leaves the Nocturne and the Kennen, I think, very much alone, right? You take a look at where they're going to go, and it's just like, even in damage output, even if you win early, that mid to late game may be a little bit rough. And if you have not won pretty concretely in the early game, I think Team June are going to struggle. Granted, if they are able to come away with a strong victory, that might set themselves apart here. But we'll see what they can do. I'm very, very excited to see what they can do for themselves. I mean, Mogu, we were talking about that mid lane. I think mid lane might be the quietest lane here in game 1.
Yeah, it's farming each other out. I think it's probably going to be the most boring lane, to be honest. Well, the main point is going to be if Jin can win it, I believe. Because top lane's definitely winning for sure, unless he's getting hot gang. So what I'm expecting is, I think the only way for Team June to win over Team Agile is that Jace probably needs to have a huge gold and experience lead at like 20-minute point. Like, we're talking about 2k kind of lead, like 2k gold lead. And Jin has to be extremely ahead in lane against Caitlyn. We know, like, we always prefer Caitlyn to a champion as like V-Tape scaling. You know, if she's strong early because of range, weak mid because of not having the ability to put a high damage, and then go back to really strong in like 30-minute, 40-minute point. Is a battle to see how much they can take in the early game. Can Jace win early enough so that they take every dragon and they can push the soul mark, stone point at somewhere around 23, 24 minutes? Can Jin win enough so that Caitlyn's V-shape scaling, when she's at her weakest part, they can crush the game before Caitlyn gets to scale? To be honest, if this game is getting stalled to 30 minutes, I would say the right side already won the game.
Team Aussie Doll are just like, yeah, we don't have
We-
to
we're
hard
healing.
win early. Yeah, we don't. They don't have to do too much. Now, granted, I think Caitlyn is also, I believe, one of the stronger champions in the current meta in the bot side as well. You mentioned it a little bit. The scaling on the Caitlyn feels much better currently, so I'm interested to see what can be thrown down here. But for the junglers, we also have to take a look where they're going to join in first. I mean, Nocturne, you want to hit level 6, but same with the Hecarim. Do you see early ganks coming out from both of these teams, or do we expect to see a little bit more soft-spoken until that level 6, until they feel a little bit more confident?
As for June's side, it is. I think ultimately it's about how they want. It's about what they need. Because they need to get early. They need to make some noise early on in the bot lane or the top lane for those gold leads, probably an early tower dive. Although it's actually really difficult to execute. And the hardest part being for top lane with Ornn, and we know that it's not an easy job to dive an Ornn. However, on the bottom side, we also have Caitlyn with Barrier, and let me remind all of us, Barrier recently just got buffed in the second split of our season. You know, when we're talking about level 6, level 7, they're getting effectively like 50 to 60 more hit points. Pair it with an Alistar, I think it could be the nightmare for tower diving. So when top lane is hard to dive, bot lane is hard to dive, and your team requires you to have early leads, you know, if I'm already called, I will probably already call for dodge if I am the coaches.
I would. That's mean to say, but very true, Mogu. I think that's more than fair to say. Right now, it is up to the players to figure out if they are going to give us a good show or not. And remember, this is a best of 5. This is just one game of a 5-game series, and depending on how the draft went, I'm sitting here going, I gotta agree, Team Azidal is looking very, very strong. Now, granted, will it come through? Will the truth be unknown? Only time will tell, so let's go ahead and get straight into it. As we're getting run in right away, Ornn is, of course, getting poked out of the lane, but this is gonna be a little bit dangerous, but early invade coming out of Team June.
Then the whole story is different. Like, I was going to talk about it, but well, I don't expect it to be this quick. One of the ways to make it work, I would say, is for Nocturne to look for rapid counter jungling. Oh, get the word, please. Well, this word means a lot. Not only that it denies the information, but also gives the ability for Jace to get to level 2 with one wave, and bot lane's already trading like crazy level 1.
Oh, that's very, very good. And honestly, remember, this is what you want to do against a Jhin. You know Jhin is a little bit susceptible to early damage, so you go ahead, get that early poke, you get the potion out of them as well, and then you look for that early level 2, but of course the level 2 is not reaching them as nicely as they would like, so we'll see how this actually turns out. Team Azidal might get forced in here, but the ADCs are in vastly different states. Banana Bread, though, I don't think is enjoying this Alistar as much as you would like, so they do have to back away.
Yeah, at least that level 1 truly a fun and interactive League of Legends experience, you know? Unless they walk into your face like what Jhin and Haji does level 1, most of the time, game is not playable. Like, other players start playing the game at minute 0, Alistar player starts playing the game at minute 3 when he's level 3.
That hurts, but too real. That hurts, but too real. Right now, we are seeing the early invade as well. We didn't get to mention it, but Mipos was, of course, zoning into the top side, went for that early invade, and cleared it out completely. However, at the current moment, getting invaded, so it will be vertical jungling to be cleared out. So Skeen and Red Leaf Tree understanding this one quite well, so Skeen plays back a little bit further. Of course, 9 on the other side is going to give themselves a pretty hefty hold over that gold and ensure that everything maintains the status quo.
Yeah, on the other hand, Jaja Moon and Haji is probably trying to look for a quick crash in the tower. If they can crash it, the lane's frozen, it will be a difficult job for them to play around. So looking at back at the red buff, already caught them out cannon. We don't know what's going on there, but it seems Nathan got out of the invade, but he cannot get the red buff in his pocket, so he has to just take the scuttle instead.
You get what you can, right? You go ahead and grab what you can, and with that early death farther into that game, it's a dangerous one. I didn't even notice that one, but what a hook to land as Zhang is more than happy to lay down a couple shots. Hopefully that Jin gets a little bit more. But for right now, for the fights that's going down, Meepos has a little bit of a lead, I think, in that camp. So that level 6 Nocturne should be coming online just in time for Dragon or for Grubs, whichever one you so decide.
I think that's kind of like what you said. They have to do what they can do. Since Jin is weak-sided, they don't really know where Hecarim is. And they just have to accept the fact that they are getting a huge wave pushed into them and possibly a reset timing or a dragon timing for TA.
For right now, all seems fairly quiet. Nothing too dangerous, as you mentioned this wave is going to crash. It's just in time, though, for Meepos to start heading towards his bot side, looking for a lane gank. And honestly, if it lands well, you go ahead and get Haji with this very nice lantern in the back line. You land a hook on Camembert, and all of a sudden, this thing turns around very heavily. They're looking for it, though. That is going to be the sudden. Now the flay comes in. Camembert is going to try and auto the way out, but realizes they have to try and turn a headshot. Is going to land, but it's not going to be enough. Instead, you are dead. Haji picks that one up. Banana Bread is going to run for their life. Massive wave for Zhang to carry on, but Banana Bread still has a knockup. Gets a headbutt back on Haji. Nice stun. Very nice route with that W. Zhang says thank you very much. Haji with the double kill. Maybe not the most opportune person, but still a kill nonetheless.
That's definitely a nice play coming in from Haji. On top of that, I think Camembert probably panicked and forgot to use barrier. Like he's definitely going for a desperation play, trying to bring Jin down with him. Unfortunately, he's one auto attack off. That's a little bit sad. However, for Jajangmyeon, I think things are still not looking good for him, as he's still behind like 20 CS. And in the top lane, Red Leaf Tree just taken on into a knockup. Oh no, there's 200 health. We know what's coming next. Hecarim's behind, Ornn is ahead. See you next time. Instant replay. It's too cruel. Don't look at it. Don't look at it. It's restricted. Don't forget.
We can't show you this. We can't show you this. So it's a. It hurts right now. That was a good time though.
He escaped.
Wait, did he live?
No.
He did live. He did live. Oh my lord! And Nine died. Nine died. And now at the bot side, we're getting another fight here as Caitlyn is running away. This is dangerous to have, and that's going to be a cue to go out. Meepos with a strong kill. No further Willow kills go, as that's Meepos getting away from the minions. But so far, Team Juno is looking like monsters here on the battlefield.
I cannot believe, I'm just kidding, by the way, Jace obviously died under the tower, but wow, he's actually not losing as much as we think. So I think, the game is still playable for Jace. On the other hand, Caitlyn is actually falling behind, which is kind of fitting the description that we talked about before the game started. Like, it's definitely really difficult to execute, but things are going as planned as for right now for TJ. Obviously, for TA, what they need to do is to just stall. And the dragon, the ocean drake for them, buys them another 5 minutes in the scaling department.
Feels good. Ocean is always nice to hang on to. This is going to be nice, I think. You go ahead and get that ocean, you start pushing onwards, especially with the grubs not being taken on the other side. You can breathe a gentle sigh of relief, because remember what we said. We said for Team Azidal, you don't want to get over aggressive, you don't need to get crazy. You just need to survive, and at this point, you are in lifesaver mode. You can't be going ham here. You're down about 1.7. And it's going to be difficult from here on out, so you need to stifle the bleeding. You need to not let the opponent get in your face. At the current moment, though, those grubs will be taken away by Meepos, who so far has gathered up a pretty nice farm advantage, or at least actually getting bullied out in that farm advantage because they have been ganking so much.
And
but it is going to be nice to hang out.
Coming in, and again, But there's
I don't
no
think this
junglers
should have
around.
kill, right? Oh, is it? No. You say, okay, not enough damage though, but Skeen with a very nice combo sets up that top side.
So Ornn definitely deals a great amount of damage to Jace, but that doesn't really mean much as he's one of the champions that do have high lethal, but he does not have any follow-up once you did not get the lethal. So Jace drops a little bit low, but Jace always has the option to call for a jungler as his jungler is topside, while Neon is Hakram right now, just reaching level 6, but he's also getting counter jungle. Cannon going in for a play for stun, but Ignite! Just enough! The last tick of Ignite kills him, takes him down. So topside's already winning.
So good.
Can it be a potential dive on Ornn?
Maybe. There's no ultimate. Meepos used it earlier, the paranoia into the mid lane, which did burn Truth's flash. So there isn't really going to be a kill threat there. However, we are going to get the dance out here, and right now, I mean, you don't really have to force anything though. For June's side, I don't think you have to get a little bit crazy. Of course, this bot side is very much in control as Jajang Moon is saying, hey, get out of the lane, Caitlyn. You're not allowed to play Commembert. Of course, trying to call down a little bit of help. You can see Name currently on the edge. Name is just, do I want to fight? Do I want to focus in that bot side? No, I want mid. Kennen has nothing. Belovicu has no way out, and that's going to be the cage come down here. Of course, it's a freebie out. Belovicu is fine.
Yeah, a little bit of chip damage. It could already lead to Viger execution range. So you have to be careful, June. And looking at the bot lane, I think things are pretty quiet, except the Hakram's coming from behind. Is it going to be a rebel counter? I suppose. But if jungler fights each other, I do believe Nocturne has the advantage here, as Hakram ulti is still down. It's going to happen soon, and action's coming!
Oh, good smite. Good smite to hang on, and that means Meepos is going to win this 1v1. However, it's not a 1v1, it's a 2v1. What a snipe from downtown, though, to grab that kill. It's a 1-for-1 trade, and now Truth is in a dangerous spot. There are no falsities inside of this danger, and Truth is running for their life. They're not going to get away. There is no safe way out. That's going to be an ace in the hole. It almost gets by, and it does. But Belovicu is fine. Team June come ahead with a 2-1 in the kill department.
2k lead, 3k lead right now with generally players with the lead on Jace and Cannon. I think that's definitely a good news for them. But how big can it be since they are still not getting any meaningful objectives, 11 minutes in? They are playing, they were playing really good, from the start of the game till now, but how good can they maintain is the question here. Just like now, Jace is a little bit overextended.
Are they going to get run down? Maybe so. They don't have flash. Actually, they just used it. And of course, now they're running for the life, but what a knockup, not going to happen. You got to punch him back, but the final whirl of the blade means Nane gets that kill. You're more than okay to tank up 3 tower shots, and it will be a kill back for the Hecarim.
It's really tempting. Looking at Nane's position, it's really tempting to press the smite onto that cannon.
Yeah.
Do it!
That's what separates the teams from the solo queue, though, right? You don't do that to your top laner.
The smite coming in like boom, and then you have your top laner selling your items, going like 6 ruby crystals, running it down top, baby.
Oh man. Right now, though, it's still very heftily in Team June's favor. They feel very much in control. They have about a 2k lead, and I don't think that's going to change anytime soon. Of course, on the other side, we are watching Nane get a little bit hooked up and in a little bit of a dangerous spot. No route to come out, so Hecarim is safe. However, dangerous spot here because the dragon is currently coming up. That's why we see Belovicu looking to roam out here, but they find him. Nane is cut down. We mentioned this is the way for Team June to win. It looks like they're doing it. Just win lane, win a game. Hook goes out, misses though, as this is Jin running for their life. Commembert trying to stay a little bit safer and make sure to lane out those headshots. Now going to turn back on the ADC. What a knockup. The flash works wonders in the Ignite will take their life. However, you got your ADC in a rough spot. Headbutt cut back as Meepos is going to try and get in the mix of one, but doesn't have Paranoia. And look around the side. We're watching Chu try and come in, but the TP for Red Leaf is going to cut them off. This fight seems to be the doomsayer for Team Ozzy. There is no way to get away. Jace is more than happy to tank that up, and it's a triple kill for Red Leaf Tree as Team June wiped that fight.
It's coming in 13 minutes in, the second dragon, and Jace currently having KDA of 4, 2, and 1. Wow! Things get out of hand real quick. Like, we talk about, okay, Jace needs to have lead. How big of a lead? How good can he maintain? Jace instantly tells you, I'm getting 3 kills. But on the other hand, Jin is probably dying. Can he take the lantern? Not enough.
Oh, Ornn is going to tank up pretty heavily, make sure their jungler gets out to safety, but you did pay the price. On the other side, of course, the dragon did go down, so it was granted over to Team June, and honestly, the loss of a 2-1-4 Jin, not the worst thing in the world to grab that dragon instead. So I think Team June are okay with the current state of the game. A little bit of a question mark, though, as we are getting a full-scale view of the map. We are seeing where everyone decides to play, and maybe Banana Bread gets a little bit in the mix as well, but she's, been doing what she can to help out.
Yeah, they already rotated the Caitlyn to mid since the bot lane's losing too much, but it seems that June's team is not responding in with another lane swap. Oh, and they swap it back. TA swap it back, so back to standard laning. But Herald is spawning, so they can just leave Jin at the bot lane, and Haji can rotate to Herald for a 5v4, 43. So they will skip, like, with how fat the Jace is, I think Jace is definitely a force to be reckoned with, and TJ has a pretty high chance, I would say, to get this Herald for the team.
And if you get this, you can start breaking down the rest of the game as well. You can start gathering some of those towers, which we have been missing from Team June. That's the one thing that they really need to start having, are those towers. Breaking open that base, allow Beloved Q to start roaming out, start getting into the mix in the mid lane, though. That's a flash looking to burst him out, and Truth is just gone. Nane is going to try and fire back, but guess who's here on the wings? It's going to be Meepos to get the paranoia down, get the fear, and get the kill. Meepos flashes to safety. Yes, Herald is not taken, but you got the kills instead. Bot side will get a tower for Team Ozzy, but still the kills are so much more impactful. Following up behind, though, Jajangmyeon is annihilated in that bot lane as well.
Like we just talk about, this is the difference between Team Calm and our general solo kill gameplay. If this was solo kill, my jungler is definitely going to stick on top of Herald and not ulti in for the play for June. I'm just gonna use up all my pings. My jungler probably not gonna rotate. I believe a lot of players can relate, and that's a really good decision made from Meepo to stop what he's doing and help out who's needed at first, which is June in that case. But Jace is standing on a ward, and recall gets disrupted. He probably has quite a lot of gold. I'm gonna say 1k here in his pocket, but he cannot get his recall. So he has to stay out there for an other wave, for the teleport, even if they want to contest the Herald.
Of course, right now, it's a big question on who actually gets it. We mentioned earlier the Team June were fighting over that dragon, but they're more focused right now on keeping Jace alive. Red Leaf is going to try their best to stay alive. Flashes under the tower, but the rest of the team is here. Take a look at what gets thrown down here, as it's Thresh to be in a little bit of the mix. Out goes Banana Bread as they do get chained up and rooted, but really it does nothing else. And that'll be Team Ozzy to go ahead and gather up this Herald. Look at breaking down more towers. Of all the things, remember, they're down 7 kills, but if you can get the towers instead, I feel like you've won this game.
To be honest, they already got the tower from killing Jajangmyeon. They already take the first tower, so I would say on their side, they're already doing a pretty good job on TA's side, as they already utilize the first tower gold to stop the snowballing. So things are getting out of hand for TJ, as snowballing is harder and harder as Ornn gets tankier and tankier. So teleporting coming in, are they looking for a fight?
Yes, they are, and of course that mix is going to be a little bit different. What a huge shock blast. Of course, the damage may not be enough as Red Leaf is just annihilated. Remember, gets a massive shutdown, and now they're going to fight their way back out. What a big turnaround. The buffness, the tankiness is starting to come into play. Azidal, Team Azidal feels so good. And remember, that was 3 ultimates pretty much burned plus a TP. I think for them, they're more than happy. What a knockup. They catch Jajamyeon on that edge. Flash is out and used. However, the tower now falls, and headshot will come through. Ace in the hole, not going to get the kill, but it's more than enough to make it work, and that's why Meepo's on the far side wasn't able to actually join, and that might have been that turning point. So right now, Team June nursing a little bit of a painful mark.
But it's not going to be enough. Next Dragon's coming up. If Team June cannot take the Dragon here, I think the game is really difficult for them to play out, since if they fail to get this Dragon, which means even if they get every single Drake afterwards, the Dragon's soul point is going to be at 35 minutes, which at that point, Orns with Heartsteel probably just going to run over everyone.
I mean, right now, this Dragon you mentioned earlier is a big playing point for them. It's Mountain, but it's really all you want is to get that extra up. Right now, that's going to be a little bit of an Event Horizon down, which does mean a large chunk of the CC is down. Team June want to go for this one. Paranoia comes down, but in comes the Ornhorn. Good hook to deny any follow-up, and now they're going to try and cut everyone up, but look at that. Redley blows up the Orn. Following through, it's going to be a huge burst onto the cannon. Beloved Q is down, but the rest of the team is fighting Team June, hoping to break it out, but Azidal is more than alive. The team is ready to run. Remember, though, is quite low. Another chunk comes out. Hook misses, but Red Leaf Tree will get out with their life. Truth is alive, but it's a 2v3 with a 3-for-2 trade. Team June jockeying for round number 2. Are they going to find it? Empowered Shock Blast isn't going to land. Comember and Truth getting a lot of healing out, but Comember walks in to that hook. Danger is bound now. You have to get behind Truth. You have to get safe, but Empowered Shock Blast is once again going to get shot out. I think that's going to be the blast. There it is. The finish is had, and it's 4 kills to the side of Team June. Oh dear. Don't stay. Truth, don't stay. Truth, please don't stay. Okay, we're good. We're good.
On teleports back, going for round 3, but I don't think TJ can contest it anymore, since he does not have teleport on his side, so Jace is probably going to need a reset, knowing how fat he is. Or not! Is still staying for a little bit of poke, but is Jace capable of living another Orn OP engage?
I think for right now, yes. The rest of the team is now here. You get to focus on this Dragon, but it is going to be Nane to try and chase in. Dragon is quite low, down to about 3.5, and maybe you get around, but they're going to turn. They're going to turn and try and split. What a hook! They landed on Nane once again, and you are chunked out. You have the onslaught of shadows, but you need to get in the mix. Slicing Maelstrom is going to deny your HP, and all of a sudden it's going to be the kills. Beloved Q says thank you very much on the backside of Truth. They get the kills, but the chunks are coming fast and furious. Dragon needs to be finished up. It is spotted away. Meepos is able to gather about how much are we going to lose. Ace in the hole is not going to kill, but the follow-up is going to be clean. Flash out from the side of Meepos as you try and run for safety. Team June get away with the Dragon, but their lives were more than at stake. What a long range as Caitlyn has as they are rooted and running, but that Herald is able to do a little bit of work as well. I love that. Banana Bread said, hey, maybe I have Flash, maybe I got something. Hextech Flash isn't going to do much, but it will be Truth to push down this tower. Chaos for that Dragon.
At the end of the day, they still got the Dragon, but at what cost? A tier 2? I think that's not worth it in my books. Especially when that tier 2 is for Viger. We are talking about a 700 gold tower, although it's shared between Alistar and Viger. Viger having decap 22 minutes in the game, I don't think that's a good news. On top of that, he also just got a huge shutdown from Red Leaf. Oh boy, raid boss Viger is gonna be a raid boss this game.
A squishy raid boss, but a raid boss nonetheless. I mean, not that tanky or anything like that, but the damage can be very, very real. On the same note, Beloved Q is starting to ramp up, but went for a more defensive build, had to go for that Black Shield, or Banshee Zeal, had to go for that Shadow Flame, so it doesn't really have the punch as much as you would like. However, on this other side, Red Leaf Tree is getting chased out of the enemy, or their own side of the top side. And that's dangerous. Team June have had a pretty healthy lead, but take a look at that gold for the kills that have come down. They start to get collapsed on. Mogi, you mentioned this earlier. Team Azidol, their composition feels so much better. Paranoia is going to come down, though. Topside fight is going to be collapsed on, and take a look at this. Fear comes out, and the Ornn is gone. You are just dead. There is no way to stay safe. Onslaught of Shadows just to stay alive, but look at this Truth now getting run out of that field as well. And you gotta play safe, you gotta play smart. Dangers are abound. Dip, duck, and dive. Last shot is not going to land, and you have the event horizon, but this could lead to a Baron. Baron could be called up. No, you decide not to, and I like this call.
However, they do see Hecarim recalling. I think the huge concern for TJ right now would be just not being able to side lane against Ornn. We noticed how fat he is right now. He's currently sitting at 2 item and a half, like with a huge item lead.
Oh, good
However,
stuff.
because Jace is not building Eclipse this game, his side lane potential against Ornn is like extremely weak, as he's always capable of getting 70% burst from Ornn's calling.
Oh.
They're
And
still
bloody
trying to-
hits as well.
They're still trying to siege mid, but I don't really see the angle where they can push it. As Caitlyn and Ellie start standing up front, and when Vigo reaches here, your wave can't even get into the tower. The cage, into a W, bam, whole wave's gone.
It's going to be that big chance right now. We are just waiting for the rest of the team to, figure out which side they want to go for. Team June have to realize that this gold lead is shrinking. Earlier they had a 1.5 to 2K. It is now down to just inside of 500. They have to start making moves. We mentioned before, in about 5 minutes it hits that 30-minute mark, and all of a sudden, Team Azidol, their composition comes alive. What do we want to see Team June do? What do they need to do if they want to start winning this game again?
The only angle that they should be looking for is probably look for side cards. However, in order to call Ornn or Viga, first they need enough burst. Like Armor Pan, Magic Pan, we can see Cannon still does not have any magic penetration. So if Skin is the one side laning against him, he doesn't even need to feel MR. Like, just that little bit of MR from Jackson will be enough, but they are looking for a play in mid lane, not catching the side, but catching the mid. They got Caitlyn. And Caitlyn dies, but Bananas coming back. Your ADC is dead. No point coming back in.
I don't think you had a choice. You had to play it a little bit rough, and you had to use that ultimate. However, on the side, Red Leaf Tree does find a floating Hecarim and Nane in a little bit of a dangerous spot. And that, honestly, that was Commember. Had all summoners up, had that barrier, had that flash, but didn't want to burn either. And honestly, I can respect it. You know the global objectives are coming up next. You know that Dragon is coming available. You need those summoner spells to stay alive. Of course, right now, your timer is a little bit off. I want to say you're about, you'll be up in time, but it's going to be dangerous. However, Event Horizon lands. Jin is dead. You burned everything. You can't get away. Now it's Jace's turn to run away. And oh my lord, both ADCs causing a little bit of chaos. Ornn goes in, gets a great knockup, and that's going to be the cannon kind of slicing and dicing the way through. What a slicing maelstrom, though! This first pick cannon obliterates Team Azidol. We mentioned it before, this first pick cannon has to show up huge, and it does. That's your team captain.
June's definitely stepping up in this fight. And this could also be a Baron angle. After getting Dragon, I'm not so sure though. However, getting Baron would be the better call here if you ask me, since they have Jace and Cannon, so the DPS department is not that bad. Jin dying is not that big of a deal to them, since Jin this game is meant to be weak-sided. However, a hidden problem also arises. We see, like, Cannon definitely hurts a lot. But on the other side, Vigo with upgraded death cap, it's also a force to be reckoned with. So if anyone misstep, Vigo is always capable of one-shotting.
I'm scared. Mogu, I'm scared.
Like we're gonna have like 3 seconds team fight. Like I don't, one team is gonna obliterate the other, but I don't know which one's going to. I
think it really does come down to who decides to step up. We saw that earlier. right? We saw the fight turn because Comember wasn't there. Team Azidal wasn't able to blow up Beloved as much as they would have liked. And so that allowed the cannon to fight away. These little bits and pieces of compositions need to come into play if they wish to really have that proper impact. We are waiting to see what happens here as Baron is on the table, heavy warding out right now, but it looks like they found Skeen. Skeen is trying to run for their life. We can get the camera to pan over there. Thank you very much, Observer. We're watching this fight go out. Another hook lands, as that's going to be the Ornn caught. You use Flash, you use everything, you use the Ornn horn, but I mean, no one was there to help out, and that's a huge engaged tool for Team Azidal.
Is it a Baron angle? Yes, they are finally starting a Baron with how many pokes they have. I think they're definitely capable of standing their ground. One shot already hit. Shock Blast already got half of Caitlyn's health, and they got this upgraded Scuttle Crab. But Fresh is having a little bit of fun out here. Fresh actually dies, but Jeep's trying to run away.
Oh, what a catch. I mean, Caitlyn goes down, but no, Caitlyn lives. What a heal to come out. Now Ace in the hole to use on top of Meepos. Everything that Team June has worked for, it feels like it's kind of floating away. Cannon in the back line, though, slicing Maelstrom again! That's the way to do it. You can never count them out. Now the chase afterwards leads to an ace, and Team June are gonna turn to Baron their rightful reward.
Wow! I have lost my words. So, first thing, if Team June wins this game, we already know who's the player of the game. Without a doubt. Without a doubt. Two consecutive fights, two consecutive ults. One of it gets them a quadra kill, one of it gets them a burn buff. Impressive performance coming in from our team captain and the founder of this tournament. June, wow! With Baron buff,
stuff.
now they can look for side siege. Although Jace probably still loses side against Ornn, but because of how fat Cannon is, he can probably start to pack a punch towards Ornn, as we can see the damage. Lantern, nice escape. And they burn through teleport just like that.
It's a good little safe run, and right now you are trying to play safe, but Truth can do some damage of their own. And this is the spicy thing. I'm surprised they're waiting for this, but it is going to be a dive straight in there, as unfortunately we know the game is over now. Oh, that hurts. Oh, that hurts. Get back in the game. Can we get back in the game, please? Please, please, please.
Well, Nocturne ulti straight into the post-game lobby.
Right.
It just turned on the lights and then...
Alright, we're back, we're back, we're back.
Who's gonna win? Who's gonna win? Wow! They should
yeah.
1-1. It's gonna be a real close game. I have no idea. You know, let's just pretend that who's gonna win? Is it the Fat Cannon or the 1-10 Hecarim?
We shall see. We shall see. Right now, Team June, though. I want to see how they close it out, though. That's the big question. I mean, they have so many dragons. I wonder if it is just like an if it is a soul race is all they're gonna force.
So what you're saying is a soul for base, like TA
yes,
going for the
that
soul
would be
point.
hilarious to watch.
Like you get a dragon, I get the base. You know, see you next game. You can give the dragon. I'll keep your nexus.
Oh my god! If that's actually what it is, I'm gonna laugh. If that's actually what happens, I'm gonna laugh.
I
would feel so bad, but it'd be funny.
It's what LS referred to as dragon for base. You know, less in the game because of base. So let's see how it goes. Jay's really bad coming up with an Edge of Night, with Cannon also coming up with Banshees. Slowly approaching towards the Dragon Pit. It drops all the way to 3k, and Nocturne's coming in.
Oh, this is so dangerous. Good smite to come down as Meepos hangs on to it. I think this is just the icing on the cake. Cleanup duty galore, as that will be Beloved Hue going down, but the damage has already been dealt. It's only going to be Banana Bread left alive, and honestly, at that point, you aren't supporting anything. It's another ace at 32.5 minutes for Team June as they look to finish up this game, which quite honestly, I think they can do.
It's more than enough, as this is a cannon wave. They just have to send Fresh to tank the phase. They don't even need to tank anymore, as the next wave is already here. So it's GG. 43
I
minutes.
mean, honestly, well done.
Okay.
Yeah, I think they did very well, though. Team June, I mean, they knew they had to win early. And you take a look at the lane states. You take a look at, you know, the Ornn in the top side, the Veigar, the Caitlyn. You really only had to worry about that bot lane. And honestly, I think Meepos played decently well. We saw how quickly they were to jump on in some of those top side and mid fights. You knew as long as you won those, the Veigar wasn't going to be that dangerous. But we have to give credit to that first pick, Kennen. Very, very powerful pickup.
And Giga Chat move right there. Like, not only first picking Cannon, but first picking Cannon mid? Well, that's something else. Oh boy.
Oh, so good. So good. And if they do decide to do it again, which granted, this time around, I think Ozzy do actually have side selection. I'm assuming that Kennen is either banned away by Team June, or they have a better response than the Veigar. The Veigar, I understand the concept of why you wanted it, but it just allowed Beloved Q to have way too much freedom outside of the event horizon.
Silas, Lysandra.
Well, I think Silas was banned. I think Silas was banned.
Exactly.
Yes.
That's exactly why June banned it, I think. Biggest self.
I would agree with that.
Counter potential, you know, he can those all go back in, you know, you electrify my team and I'll kill yours.
Yep. I think it's one to watch for.
To be honest,
Really.
at least that is a really good answer to Cannon, but as we can see, Banana Bet is probably not the strongest lane of the team. So, in terms of counter engaging, they probably need to come up with another plan that involves having other players to take care of Cannon. Or the better way would be ban it or pick it, since Edge also play it. However, you know, the pressure is here. Because in the first game, June already set the bar this high. You know, if you pick, in game 1, he smurfed the game with Cannon, and in game 2, you pick his Cannon, but then he comes up with another pick that fits your Cannon, that's a mental boom angle.
Things have gone badly. So we'll see how it goes. So right now, we are getting ready for game number 2, so please don't go anywhere. The Juno bi-weekly tournament will continue. The grand finals with game 2 here in just a bit.
Dead. Haji picks that one up. Banana Bread is going to run for their life. Massive wave for Jang to carry on, but Banana Bread still has a knockup, gets a headbutt back on Haji.
for game number 2. As you can see, the teams have swapped sides, and this is understandable. Team Azidal down 0-1, waiting for a chance to fight their way forward, and we know, of course, that there was a very big hold over that cannon. We'll see if it comes through again, as it looks like we have a misban as the Graves comes out. I don't think either jungler plays it, so maybe not be the ban that they want.
And Azidal got blue side this game. Let's see if they have any tricks under their sleeves. If there is, it's probably time to use it. And it seems that someone just stopped time. No, do we have any audience named Dio Brando? Dio Brando, anyone? You know,
Okay, I see it.
You know, it's stuck at the 17 seconds. Maybe the Graves. I think it could be the Graves issue. It could be a mismatch, just like you just mentioned. But wow, it's the thing is being really generous, because you know, it's usually when you misban, you don't get to reban.
Yeah, true. Well, we'll see what happens though, because again, after this game, it was quite interesting. We saw Team June utilize a pretty hefty, I want to say strong arm style. We mentioned before that the composition they ran did not necessarily show us a great side of it, but they just overran them, I think, with just raw talent, if that makes sense. You know, the cannon was a big factor in that, which is why it's banned this time. You don't want to give that to Azidal. You don't want to let that one go over. Granted, here in the next ban phase, we do see the Nocturne banned away as well. So this one makes sense. Heavy focus along the jungle and that mid once again. So it's the captains both banned away, and now you have to sit there and go for Azidal. What do you want to go for?
Team June here denied the eco contest, fanning out cannon. So you know, if there's no cannon for me, there's no cannon for you, because we already know the potential of cannon. And a first pick here coming in.
Okay. I think we're watching these picks come out in an interesting fashion here, but I like it so far. The Kindred was also.
What's next? Mid.
Yeah, I think this is understood. But the Nico, this is one that was banned away earlier, right? Is that a Graves mid?
It could be, like, following the trend of top jungle ban, it should be mid, right? Like, it
Yeah,
be,
but
like, at this point, no matter which role Graves is put on, that's not jungle practice. Like, at this point, it's either Graves mid or Graves AD.
yeah.
You can't seriously tell me that it's fair support, right?
No, I can't. But I will say the Graves is in a very dangerous spot. You have to get so close to a Nico, Garrett, and Kindred. This is going to be dangerous. Taking a look, the ADC bans come out very heavily, and it's a Swain in the bot side. However, with the Jhin going over once again to Team Azidal, which it went to Team June last time, and it had an okay value, but this is why I like it. You go ahead, go for the long-range artillery composition. The Xerath now picked up, which is one of Banana Bread's most played supports.
Coming in with the post comp, although I do think that comp is actually kind of not in the same theme, because you have Garen Nico going in for the all-ins, but on top of that, you know, you pair it with Jhin Seraph, which is double kill. It's kind of like do their own thing kind of thought. You know, typical solo kill. Maybe they need to, you know, their answers to the previous game is, okay, let's just place our comfort. And
Oh man.
yeah, on Team June, the thing is, wow, great mid. To be honest, it was it's definitely difficult to play. Like it actually, if anything, Grace would find, you know, more success in the jungle this game, because at least you can look for, you know, separate 1v1s with the Kindred, where if you get close to them, it's, I don't know how to refer to Kindred, because there's two entities. You know, technically Grace could win.
I mean, but that's the thing, we say technically, because even past level 6, we're sitting there going, okay, I mean, the Graves can have some problems, and I think it holds the same problem that we saw Team Azidal have last time. It's you don't have a good way to kind of keep your champions alive. The Vigar last time for them didn't really work out. This time around, they have the Nico in the mid lane, which honestly, truth, I think having a chance to play a bit more of a playmaker is going to make a very large difference here, right? One of their most played champions, it's going to be very, very powerful. I gotta ask, do you think this mid lane is going to be as quiet as we saw in game number 1?
If anything, I don't think Truth Viger is cool, like quiet per se in the previous game. Actually, he tried like, really hard to follow the cross on Jin, on the Jays. It's just that Cannon's performance, Jun's performance is just too impressive, so it's kind of outshines it. So,
I agree with that.
yeah, Nico, that's also one of the reasons, you know, in my opinion, that's also one of the reasons why he picked Nico this game. Instead of needing to sit back and look for anti-engage, counter-engage, now he can be the playmaker, and he can be the one that engages for the team. Like, he can be the one that goes in first. Viger couldn't do it. You know, sick of sitting back and then waiting for your opponents to make mistakes. Let's go after those opportunities by themselves. Race, this game is going to be like really vulnerable. You know, one misstep, you know, instantly teleporting back to back. But on the other hand, he also has a lot of potential follow-ups. Amumu stun, Aatrox knockouts, Swain Pool. If you think about it, this game is like a hyper carry game. You know, like it's like one superstar team. They are purely drafting around to now. Like you have Graves, his goal is to just gun down everyone with a shotgun, and then all other members are just there to provide CC and frontline them.
That's too real. It's true, because you look in the bot lane, the Swain Rakan, this is not something that you normally pick up. You don't normally draft something like this unless you are playing for a bit more sustain. I think it's the right call, especially against a poke lane like a Jhin Xerath. You draft for, I want to fight you later, and we are going to win these team fights. I can understand that. This is, I think, going to be a big test for Team Azidal. If they can overcome this, they're a squad that's currently down 0-1. They need to play pretty dang well this time around to see if they can go ahead and take victory. This is going to be a test. They have decent makings, but honestly, it's going to be a very interesting one. Mogu, if you had to take a chance on one side, which would you say has the compositional lead over their opponent here? Which team seems to do better on paper?
I'll be betting more onto Team June's team comp, to be honest. Not because they have a lot of synergy within the team. Like, if anything, they have like kind of weak lane phase. You have Aatrox top, which is pretty weak early on, and you have Swain Rakan bot, where you know it's really difficult to get lethal. However, I'm gonna put my bet onto them just because their comp is easier to play. Like for a move team fight, you don't need to do much. Land your Q, land your ult. For Swain, Rakan, you know, whoever lands the CC, you throw everything on that guy. It's much easier than, let's say, Nico needing to disguise and then pretend to be a minion, you know, casting different illusions, and then try to look for the 5-man ulti. Or, you know, Jin needing to land every shot, or Seraph needing to land the snipe. So it's more of a skill check on TA side, but it's more of a con check of TJ side. Like for TA side, in order to make their comp work, everyone needs to play their pieces. You know, need to play the puzzle pieces perfect. For TJ side, one player needs to be doing it correctly, then everyone benefits.
Got to make sure that you're ready to go as we get underway with this game. You can see the Nico already trying to play around a little bit with those zones, with those clones. And we'll see if they can hang on a good little route here as well. So I really do want to watch and see how these lane matchups work. I'm very, very curious to see how well they play out and who really gets the advantages, right? This is a big part about it. Who gets the lane advantage? Who gets to start roaming out first? Who, I want to say, stands to make the most. Keep in mind as well, the early jungle phase changed quite a bit. Keep in mind in the earlier phase we saw a heavy invade come out, and this time around both junglers are actually playing to their own sides. They don't want to invade, they didn't have to. Or I guess they did, but no one really met each other, meaning that both junglers get to keep their own sides of the lanes.
Yeah, this game is, in general, this game is probably going to be really slow as both sides want to play around their team fight. Aatrox, Amumu, Nico, Kindred, even Garen are all great team fighters. If anything, this like it's actually a common misconception about Garen. People treat Garen as split pushers. You just play your own game, kind of like do your own thing, and kind of early spin we win champion. But Garen, to be honest, is a really good team fighter when they have a lot of melees because of the built-in armor shred. Team fights, let's say Amumu comes in, Swain comes in, he get into that, he starts spinning. Even if he's building off tank, could still, be a great problem for his opponent to solve. Great X Factor. And Nico, true. Flashes burn out. People are still chasing after.
Oh wow.
Oh, can he?
One more.
Shot?
That's the
Nice
flash.
flash. With
They
the
like
top
it.
side jungle trade. Imagine when you're playing Kindred. Imagine one day you're playing Kindred, but you're getting countered jungle by a Mumu.
It's too good.
That's
Too
a
good.
deal breaker. But Nico's
Of course,
teleporting
now they're
back
getting
for
jumped on a
round
little
2.
bit here. Yeah, this is they stayed around a little bit too long, and so Beloved Q is now running for their life. Of course, now they get the catch. Nain is down. Oh no. Oh no. They finally do get to kill one, and Meepos has to run for their life, but I think they're going to burn. Oh, they almost made it. They almost made it out, but it's still a 2-for-2 trade. So Team June got the early trades. However, with their over-aggression, it's been gone back to net 0. Granted, first blood went the way of Beloved Q. Still, though, 2-for-2 trade. Team Azidal not in the worst place.
Oh, Kindred is not going to look for the mark. That's an interesting choice. Because the mark spawned at the top side. And he has top priors. And he chooses to full clear again from the bottom side. Wait. Maybe he still has a chance of getting the mark then. Because Amumu is also full clearing from the far side.
Yeah, like that's a huge part about it because both Nain and Meepos died. They both kind of had a fresh restart. And I think Nain was already headed towards that bot side before the mark showed. So, or was it up already? Might have been up already. We'll see how it goes though. Right now, it is going to look at a dragon. Meepos saying, I want this dragon. I want a chance on this bot side as well. And they're going to look for it pretty heftily. A jump forward. Yeah. I don't think any bandage shots landed though, as that's a flash out from Camembert, who we mentioned earlier, struggled in game number 1 on that Caitlyn. This time around was banned away, so put on the Jhin. Let's see if they can do anything else, but Team June laying on the pressure early.
Wow. I think for Kindred, now it's acceptable because he can do bot to top full clear into Mark Scuttle, into Void Grubs. I'd say that's a really good start for Kindred from the disastrous getting counter jungled by Amumu. I cannot believe, there would be one day where I talk about Amumu counter jungling Kindred. A jungler that's supposing to be weak early on, counter jungling Jung King. Kindred's one of those jungle king type of champion.
Mm-hmm. Either you're ahead or you're not. It's one or the other. And right now they are looking at that grub situation. However, Nain was already seen on that sweeper, and because of that aim comes Meepos. If you smite away one, that'll be good. You're able to pick it up, but now you might lose your life. I don't think you want to be here. You're not level 6 either, and you are just killed. However, in comes the rest of the team. That is going to be the Aatrox to lay down the damage, and they are going to find Kindred. Kindred also not level 6 means that you're kind of dead. Red Leaf Tree is going to try and hunt down Skeen, which maybe they get away, they do. But Beloved Q, though, is also in a little bit of a different spot as the Hex Drinker was built. So trade out of the junglers, but the grubs go 1-2.
I think it's a little bit because of the overkill. as they already got their Juno. Like for a level 5 Amumu, let's count what they committed for the Q. They got Nico's ult, Nico's E, Nico's Q, Kindred's Mark, like Kindred also uses E. Oh, and top lane's looking for a dive! Coming in with the
No,
silence.
I'm not sure you like this. That's gonna be a slam though. One more auto can do it. Minions fire away, but the level up comes through. Skeen is alive. Skeen lives by the skin of their very chin. But, however, Red Leaf also stays alive. And keep in mind, Skeen is the one with Ignite. So this top side win, I think, is going to do a lot for Red Leaf, who now gets to TP back into lane.
And action on the other side.
Oh,
they are still
what a
fighting.
catch.
Kindred, that's a little bit too late.
Oh, they're gonna get chased. That
That's
hurts.
a double for the Graves. You know.
Oh,
the script
now
is,
some
the
more.
Script is running. The script is.
Yep.
The script is here. You know, June's
Yep,
gonna
this
carry the
is-
game with bot lane. We're falling, which we are not expecting them to win lane. We're expecting them to go fair lane and
Yes.
perform in team fight. But now they're performing out of expectation. Straight up winning lane, even getting a double kill out of the lane. Into a
I'm
dragon.
loving this. I'm loving this. Team June showing us something else. I'm really enjoying it. They're playing extremely well for themselves, and I mean, taking control of this early game. And granted, this time around, it's not an early game composition. Their team fight is extremely strong, and I think they can do a lot with it. We'll of course see if they can hang on to it a little bit more, but I wonder if they can throw down with the best of them. This game, Team June feeling in a much better position, and Team Azidal, for them, they have to try and kind of get things back under control. They've lost control of mid, they've lost control of jungle, and they lost control of bot lane. Really, the only one that seems like they're doing in somewhat of a good state is Skeen, who's still down about 30 CS. Everything is leading away from Team Azidal.
If we're looking at the item difference, it's a full item compared to a component. We have a Tiamat, wow, versus a completed item. That's not looking good. Sunderer Sky, basically, Garen right now is basically a free health pack to Aatrox.
Yep. Oh, but there's a catch. Haji got caught out here, and you're trying to run away. This is dangerous. You have to sprint away, and you're actually safe. In comes Arcane Barrage, and you do pick up that kill. Expended a decent amount though. Truth and Banana Bread used both of their ultimates to try and get that kill. And now this is going to be the follow-up on the top side. Red Leaf Tree getting some good damage. And it's just destruction. You mentioned it. The Sunder Sky is too good. Flash for flash. Red Leaf Tree wins. Okay, top side is not under the control. It is all Team June.
It's not playable. Like, right now, for TA, top lane's not playable. Please stay away from it. And we have shooters against shooters down in the river, but he only has just enough mana for an ulti to finish Jin off. And
That
June is getting all the way to 4 kills in the pocket. Even with a component, a Hexbringer in the pocket, he's still ahead in terms of the I meant to say mythic, but there's no mythic anymore. Complete item range. Top lane fighting 1v1. Guys cannot out-heal the ignite from Garen, and that's the charm of Garen. No matter how fair you are, everyone's fair. You also die to execution. Kindred dies. Will not die to Swain, and he also gets Swain, but Haji just got out. On the other side, they are fighting again. It's just fighting on top.
This is a huge change right now. Meepos is able to stay alive, but honestly, Team Azidal starting to find some picks around the map, and we mentioned it. If they can find the picks, they can start looking a little bit better in this game, and I really, really do appreciate that. I mean, they're able to grab, I think it was 2-3 kills across the map. Not bad, not bad. Of course, Beloved Q says maybe not so easily. This is going to be that challenge. It's going to be a little bit of a dangerous spot to be in. Of course, for Truth, it's just, I mean, you're kind of stuck here. You're kind of stuck in this position. I'm not sure what else you can do.
If we're talking about TJ's side, they still have the goal lead, they still have the objective lead, free grabs, 3-3, but they also have Inferno Drake, which is good for them. Amumu is definitely ahead compared to Kindred, so as the next rotation comes back up and as the top tower goes down, Amumu can go for a more aggressive counter jungle, and mid lane yet again burns Nico's flag.
That feels good.
Yeah, Nico,
That feels very
Nico
good.
and a Flash's Nico. That's a huge difference.
Yep, Truth needs to be kind of that bully moment. You can see the proto belt being built behind it, already built. It's appropriate. That's all you can really hope for. But at the current moment, this Graves beloved Q is having such a high impact moment. Truth even not wanting to use that teleport to try and keep in safe, but it is going to be the challenge. Banana Bread is going to get caught out here. There's no way to stay safe. You are just dead. She falls, and now Membert is going to look like they are in a bad spot. Beloved Q jumps over the wall outside of the bus, even showing off and saying, hey, you're going to get dough one way or another, but now getting jumped on here. This is going to be a different TP coming in as well. Trades at ADCs, though, as the rest of the team is chasing inwards, and that's going to be Truth, though. Quadruple knockup could turn the tide. Damage runs through, but that's the Lance Respite working against the side of Team Azidal. In they walk, though, and it is going to be the kill. The swing goes down, and honestly, Team Azidal is still alive. Beloved Q gets rooted under the tower, is going to try and play safe. They have to run away. Team June are not in a good spot. They didn't get a single kill. They didn't get a single fight, and instead it's Team Azidal to come out with the victories. I can't believe this, but it's a flash forward, and now you're going to run the damage down. Meepos gets a tether, and they're able to turn it on its head. 2 for 2 so far, but Meepos now has to run another dive in, though. But you're a support, you don't really have much, and Truth has all the damage. With danger all abound, it's gonna be kills back, and Truth is now 5-2-3.
It's definitely a huge comeback for Nico. The 4-man knockup into the later cleanup from his own mechanical outplay, like dodging Amumu's Q and finishing off Graves. That's a really huge comeback, as we can see from Nico. He got 9 stacks from Dark Seal. On top of that, that's another Rod, that's another Anton. So, if he's looking for a comeback, I would say, going for, like, raw damage item here is what he wants. Because his teammate is probably severely behind. So Nico this game is probably not going to be the playmaker. He's going to be the damage dealer. He needs to be the carry. So I'll be expecting something like Shadow Play.
I mean, that looks like what they're building as well, so it makes sense. Right now, though, this is going to be a little bit of a challenge. We're trying to see on the bottom side here. We do, but look at this catch! And that's going to be Banana Bread dead. Yes, you lost your Swain, but they bought enough time, and now the rest Team June can come in. The earlier fight was really just because they dove, but when they're allowed to fight the way they want, they win. Red Leaf Tree now once again in prime position, and now get another catch on Truth. Ooh, yes, the Pop Blossom is there, but this time there's no damage to follow up. Nane trying to get a kill on the back end, and you do. However, the rest of the team is already dead. You're gonna hop on the wall and try and run away, but that's the jump forward. You kite them out, and Team June get 4. Bloodbath ensues, and Team June are right back in the driver's seat.
2 items completed from Red Leaf when he joins the fight. He sees 3 health pack right in front of him, but for his opponent, they saw Thanos right in front of them.
It's just... Thanos is too strong. Red Leaf Tree is now also going to be a very, very punctual member to these fights. I mean, hasn't even gotten boots, by the way. It's still on just 2 items, no boots, saying I win. That is how strong.
Items run any percent.
Yes, is the boots gonna come out? Okay, you just straight up buy a merc. Okay, just so strong right now.
Yeah, like Red Leaf's like, I heard someone talking about me not buying boots. All right, I'll buy the whole thing then. Let's buy the whole thing then. And he push is finished. And right now with mercs, Nico's done. Nico's knockup with some rough stun is not gonna do much to them. Originally, Garen could be a good plan B against Aatrox, but right now, Aatrox probably not gonna affected by Garen, because he's never gonna drop too low.
Right now, dragons are coming about as we are watching this bot lane unfold. At least we're watching the top side. Bot lane is where all the action's at. If we can scheme, I mean, you're not really doing too much. This is going to be a 1v1, but the dragon was taking on the other side. Danger is abound as that's going to be the collateral damage, and Skeen is going to make it out alive. This is going to be that challenge. As now it's another root. Truth gets pulled in, but this is going to be the kill. Truth is able to flash away, and you're safe. However, on the top side is a 1-for-1 trade. It's still Team June to come out ahead. Powerful stuff there.
Swain definitely got caught out here, and interesting enough, Swain actually built Blackfire Torch instead of Negligence. He's testing out the new build theories, but Aatrox got another catch in the jungle, and Thanos gets stronger and stronger. Like, I cannot imagine once he completed Sterix, you know, who's gonna have enough damage to take him down.
This is crazy. They're now tower diving this. I don't know if this is actually going to work, but Inabird is able to flash away, and that's a full root as Meeple's now running for their life. They're not very tanky, and that's going to be the bouncing bomb, but they turn it around, and that's going to be the curse of the sad money to catch too. They have no flash, they have no getaways. What a bait. Meeples finds those kills. Now on the bot side, we see another 1v1 situation. Beloved Q, though, with more than enough damage to slow everyone down. Skeen running for their life. They could turn around, though. No tower shot to come through. But big wins for Team June right now.
Especially when in the side lane, they're basically uncontested. Just as I said, that's uncontested.
Oh,
Graves is getting caught out and trying his best to fight the 2v2, but he gets it out alive, getting the double kill. Buy one, get one free. Thanos is not even needed.
Oh, that hurts, Nane. You shouldn't have ulted. You ran up and ulted and you saved the opposing mid laner. Oh no, that hurts. And all of a sudden, Team June look in full control right now as we get to watch some replay, I guess. This is very interesting stuff here. As the top side, the fight's already done. It doesn't matter.
And just like that, Graves, wow, with that play alone, Graves finishes Collector and another BF. He's rich.
That is
19
ridiculous.
minutes, 185 CS, 8 kills. Right now he's building towards his IE, and once he finishes IE and once Aatrox does item, but mid lane's going for the other catch on Swain.
Oh man. I mean, granted, Jaja Mion is not always in the best spot, but you can see what they're aiming for. They're just looking for that collapse. Camembert is going to get caught here. In goes the knockup, but it's a 2v4 situation. And I think this is the first time Red Leaf Tree has actually been tested. Look at the knockups, though. Look at the damage here. That's going to be Truth to try and stay alive, but the Curse catches everyone again. And it's death with the collateral damage. Beloved Q and Red Leaf wash through Team Azidol.
As we can see, at the start of the fight, it seems like Aatrox the one getting caught, but it's actually Aatrox catching all four of them. He's not stuck in here with you. You're stuck in here with me.
It's so good.
Like
so good.
We have a saying, you know, in the Chinese community, I believe, and even in the Taiwan community, people refer to Aatrox health in teamfight as the roller coaster. You know, you go down and then you instantly go back up top.
Oh man.
Well, we just saw it
crazy.
in real time. You know, he drops like 1,000 health in the first 2 seconds, and then one Q, he heals back to the full health. 3 items completed. A whole completed item ahead of his opposing laner Garrett. Oh my god, with no tank shredding items or a capability on TA side. Aatrox is a huge threat in teamfight.
I mean, Skeen's trying to get there, went for the Phantom Dancer as well, so this is just a raw damage stat. But you're able to run away. At least, you are going to run away safely. However, that's going to be the catch, and now another lockup to come up through. The Arcane Barrage is literally going to do nothing. It's going to do peanuts on the other side. Skeen, though, still caught out here, is able to run away with that speed up, and the rest of the team there to help out. And Team Azidol lose control over this Dragon, and take a look at this difference, right? Dragon is now coming up here. It is going to be a mountain again, but topside is going to be where Meepos is, so that's why the rest of the team here, Team June, are trying to wait on the timer. Just wait for a little bit of time to start up this dragon. Beloved Q though. I mean, oh no, Nane's not in the right spot here, but that's gonna be shoot to come through. Huge knockup and the catch and the damage. 1,000 gold shutdown.
On the other
Another
side,
chance.
also getting
Uh-oh,
caught out. Okay, so
Steve.
3-5, Amumu late to the fight. Do they still have an angle? Technically, yes.
Oh, yes, they do.
But we need to see how Aatrox plays it out. Aatrox does not have ulti, but
Oh.
Amumu has one. Going into
Oh, that's
fight.
so good. That's so good. They hit the damage and another knockup on Nate. Nate has to flash away. Bandit Shot is not going to land, but the clone of Truth is going to keep themselves safe. This is crazy, by the way. Consistently, Team June are losing 1 or 2 members early, and yet they don't lose the team fight. It's brutal to watch, really. And now the ult comes out here. You're going to run forward, no chance to hold. You catch Banana Bread, who has to flash as well, but you have another dash, and now you have the speed up. There is no way. And auto attack takes a quarter of the HP. It's GG. It's GG. Team June feel like they're on top of the world.
Team June consistently getting out of jail. You know, they're making illegal moves. Players die, players get caught out. But every time when it happens, someone's gonna step up. Like in game 1, that was June. In game 2, that's Red Leaf. Although, you know, it also shows a hidden issue from Team June's rotation. It's Meepo. You know, Meepo is actually catching top lane. Okay, bot lane, you know, he farmed another cannon minion for Graves. You can see that there's like 60 gold, 70 gold. It's actually about the same as farming in cannon. And mid lane's fighting yet again. So what I'm saying is, you know, what I'm saying is Meepo should get to the fight on time, because in the previous fight, where they're supposed to get dragon, Meepo is actually in top lane catching waves. They're playing as if he's top lane Amumu with TP, which in some sense leads to the potential caught out by Truth catching out June. That's another 700 gold, but can he get out though?
I don't think so. What an ult though. That was an auto attack from Beloved Q. Beloved Q is going to trade their life, dashes in, almost gets an extra bit of damage. But that was still so good. Right now, Beloved Q and Red Leaf are just too good. Meepos though, looking for a chance of their own. I don't think he can do anything.
Yeah, he doesn't have enough damage, which makes sense as he is a full tank Amumu, but full tank Amumu with Sunfire Cape is still a force to be reckoned with. As, you know, the base damage and, you know, his cry still do quite a lot of damage. And the double sweep, that's a little bit of a communication issue, I would say. However, what TJ is just waiting for is just another objective. You know, they always put their opponents in, you know, with their opponent with a dilemma to contest or not to contest. You know, next dragon comes up, you walking in, you know, Thanos gonna take care of you guys. You know, if you're not walking in, we're getting objective for free. There are no good options for TA right now.
It's just a problem, I think. For TA, they are just kind of stuck in this kind of hole that they dug themselves into. Every chance they are trying to find picks on Beloved Q and Red Leaf alone. However, that is going to be the collateral damage, and then some. Beloved Q finishes off with the smoke screen, is now going to keep chasing forward. Look at that raw damage! Look at the damage! It's just too powerful! That's a triple kill, and now Jajangmyeon is going to play body blocker and say no kills for you. TP in by Red Leaf as well. And they're going to look to try and end the game here. Skeen is going to try and run interference, but once again, we get to see and notice that the teams are almost done, but no, we are going to look for that inhibitor. In 3 minutes, one team is going to win. However, it does feel like it is going to be TJ. They're pushing in. I think they end it right now. I think that's going to be it on the back. Looking to dive and to get the kill. It's done. Do they look to dive? I don't think they do. No reason to do so. Yeah, I think they're going to finish it off here. Truth, though, going to dive in. Triple knockup. That's actually huge. They might be able to hold it down, and that's going to be a jump forward. The Nexus is getting so low, but Red Leaf is going to fall. No ultimate to keep himself alive, so they have to run away. TJ can't end. TA hold on to their base.
Now I wonder, how is TA supposed to destroy the Nexus and turn this game around in the upcoming 2 minutes?
Oh, man.
Well,
what is going on?
Their fountain diving so that they're trying too hard to fountain dive so that they are not ending the game. That's usually the situation that we refer to as having too much fun.
I think they can, though. They have 7K in the lead. They don't care. They're chilling out. They're having a blast. This is going to be Baron, though, started up here. And honestly, TA, this can be a little bit dangerous. That's going to be the grab to draw him a little bit closer. Another eye from the sky sees them all. Meepos looking for that steal. If you land, it's good, but you flash on the wall, you smite! That's the steal that you could want. Meepos hanging on by a thread. You lost your life, but you won the game. What a Baron steal.
Blind. Like, let me remind you, there are no visions. He's actually blind flashing downwards for the smite. Like, that's like someone just play the Giga Chat background music, please. Holy, that's such a Sigma move. Flashes down there, and then when he sees the Baron, just smite it. Like, no vision, I don't care, flash downwards.
So I think he had vision with the eye from the Swain, and that was a big part about it. But right now, a chance back as Member and Banana have to run away. Skeen is trying to cut them off, but I don't think it's going to work. That's a Pop Blossom on 1, and Redley just does not care. Now Truth is going to go down. The Aircane Barrage does literally nothing once again, and it's going to be GG. A huge knockup with Q2, Q3 to finish as a double kill for the Aatrox, and it's a game finisher as Team June 2-0 in this series.
Wow. Like, that game, although at the end of the game, that's like a little bit shaky. They're trying too hard to fountain dive, and then they have to go for one more play. But if we, face it the other way around, it could also be, because they feel like their jungler is not having enough time to shine, so they are intentionally giving our boy, Meepo. You remember, they probably hear us, you still remember me, like, flaming him for catching top wave when the dragon's up. So they're like, so Team June's probably, okay! They actually intentionally played that one more fight to let Meepo get the play of the game. No, case solved. I cracked the case.
I like it, but it cannot be understated that Red Leaf Tree and Beloved Q both had amazing KDAs. Quite honestly, I think stat-wise, both of them could have been player of the game, but that steal was just the icing on the cake, so I enjoyed it. We are going to go to a very quick break, get ready for game number 3, and we'll see if Team Ozzy are able to come back in this series. Hopefully they can, because they don't want to be knocked out 3-0. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Baby, baby.
Alrighty, and off we go. This is going to be game number 3. Once again, Team Azidal down 0-2 in the series is on that blue side, and I like that call. You go ahead and focus on Red Leaf Tree and the top side. You ban away that Aatrox. Now, granted, the cannon is the same, but this is now going to focus the jungle. Mogu, I think this is coming out to be about the same as last time.
Red side, blue side is the same. Team Azidal is still taking the blue side, but this time banning the Aatrox. So their logic is ban the troublemaker. But wait, is this the same drafting logic? You know, top, jungle. Is it like they have an agreement within them or some sort? Like there are no tricks allowed in. You know?
Oh,
Should they just
I
play
think that's
fair and square?
I think that's okay. If that's true, that's it, because now we have a change up in the jungle itself. It's going to be that Viego going up against that Rexa, and that's a whole difference. And now June going in with that Diana. I'm not sure if I like this, but if it's overwhelming, it's overwhelming.
Wait, hear me out on this. I might actually understand why he's going for Diana.
Oh,
Diana's ult deals more damage if he sucks more places. But Nico, there are 2 Nicos, so technically the max ulti amount that he could be getting is a 6-man ult.
oh my god.
And the damage gonna go skyrocket. Like if this is the drafting logic, he is a genius.
Oh my god, that's amazing. If that's actually what it is, I am highly impressed right now. We are now seeing Azidal's squad come member currently on their 3rd different ADC as Team June go ahead and grab the Jhin for themselves. This is interesting to say the least. Azidal's composition, I don't think is bad.
In terms of teamfight, remember when we talk about the difficulty of comps. This is one of the comps that's really easy to execute. Like Nami ult, Ornn ult, once it lands, we have a lot of follow-up. For example, Nami MF, that's already a great ult, but they have one concern, the Braum. Braum blocking the Ornn, blocking the tidal wave. That would be a great blocker from June's side. Although the ADC is a little bit, questionable. Jhin with Braum. I don't know how many centuries it's gonna take them to effectively proc Brom's passive. Maybe Hannah play Brom? We don't know. Or else it's really difficult to proc Brom's passive in lane, if you ask me.
I think it is as well, and especially with something that's very simplistic. You look at the Jhin, and it's not normally a combination, but at the same time, you could pick it just to deny, right? It's just that denial factor. But we want to look into that jungle role once again. This is going to be a Nane versus Meepos, and they've had a kind of, I want to say, on and off situation. Both junglers have had their good moments and bad moments. And this time around, it's Nane once again on a highly versatile or highly kind of gamble-heavy champion. The Viego needs a really good start if you want to take over. But the Rek'Sai on the other side, Meepos, can be a bully if given the opportunity.
Viego, to be honest, it could be a really good pick, as from the previous 2 games we know that starting from the mid game, both teams' playstyle are kind of chaotic. You know, it goes back to the solo kill mentality where everyone just goes for opportunities that they seize. So Viego, you know, as a reset champion, gets the most of this kind of chaotic environment, especially in the mid game where, at the very least, you would have some kind of player, you know, in tank, or at least they need to engage for the team. Could be the Rek'Sai because he needs to flash engage for the team, or that Diana coming in for the assassination. And if Viego can somehow get a reset, especially from the players that are actually fed, they can take their body, take their skills, take their items, and demolish back to June's team.
True. It could just be kind of that cannonball effect rolling through there, just that I'm going to win and there's nothing you can do to stop me. But it has to start in the laning phase. Both games so far have been Team June winning out in the early stages, dominating in the laning phase, and then carrying that momentum forward. We have to see some changes for Team Ozzy if they want to come away with the victory. I'm honestly kind of curious how they're going to do that, especially on the top side. Once again, this is going to be a Red Leaf versus Skeen, and Red Leaf once again on this Jace. Last time had a pretty healthy time against the Ornn.
Actually, so that we'll see if Red Leaf change up his build. As we can see, Red Leaf, because he's like straight up greeting for full week R2 Jace to a point where he does not do Eclipse, as Eclipse right now is a bruiser item. I would like to see if he changes up the build and goes back to the old Eclipse build so that he has better side lane power against Ornn. As we can see, he's definitely struggling against Ornn in side lane, even if he's like 3k ahead. So let's see if he makes changes to his playstyle and builds, and we also need to see where is Rek'Sai going. Technically, I'd say Rek'Sai is probably playing the top side, but again, diving Ornn is not going to be an easy job. And if he just wastes too much time on the top side, Viego could have just counter his jungle and farm and scale up. The most difficult part being Diana, June would be exposing to a really strong mid jungle duel this game, so the jungle pressure is huge.
All right, well, let's go ahead and take a look and see how this plays out. We are into game number 3, and this could be a GG as well. That's what they're hoping for, at least for this squad. Team June, for Team Ozzy, though, they want to get a dub, and they're actually going to pass like ships in the night. Oh, this is silly. Neither team knows, but everyone on our side does. Silliness, as everyone just kind of wanders away.
Yeah, let's see. How are they planning this? Might be looking for early invade trading sites, as they have Braum, which is strong level 1. They already spot them out. That could be a 5v5 level 1, and Ornn.
Oh, it's seen. Oh, that hurts.
Exposed.
Team June jumped the gun just a little bit.
I think it's the position for Diana. Not Diana, sorry. I think it's Rek'Sai. When he's entering the bush, he's walking a little bit too right. So he's spotted. Or else, technically, the ambush could work.
I think it's a weird factor to say because we're sitting here going, I like the invade. Team June have always been so over aggressive, and I love it. But at the same time, neither team really willing to go a little bit too crazy with it. I think shows a lot of restraint. So I like what's going down here.
Like, for example, the level ones for Smite Flip could be one of them, right?
Oh yeah, that would be fun. That would be fun. We're still waiting for that big turnaround though, as again, both junglers are staying on their respective sides, and we'll see how that plays out for them.
To be honest, Rek'Sai, if top lane gets some like good tradings in, then Rek'Sai could technically go in for an early top stack, but we need to see how low King Jace get onto.
True.
And
True.
bot
It's a
lane is
whole. It's a weird one to play for, I think. We do want to watch and see how much control they're going to have. Bot side, though, this is something that we saw earlier. Banana Bread and Camembert actually had an HP lead last time when Jajangmyeon played the Jhin. So I'm really curious to see if that happens again.
Interesting enough, Jajangmyeon in like every game, it seems that he is a great lover for Ghost, and he did not read the patch notes where Ghost already on Earth. So
True.
if Jajangmyeon, heard me, if you're currently listening, which I think is not allowed it, but if you're looking at the bots and you're listening, it might be a good idea to get barrier, but Meatballs is looking for mid gang and is getting countered.
Oh no, Meepos is just caught, is gonna go down here, and that's painful. We mentioned one of the lanes and one of the champions to really watch for to just get ahead is going to be Nain on that Viego, and it feels great to find the early kill. Not only that, give Truth the blue buff. All of a sudden, Team Azidal have full control over this mid lane.
That's a really good counter gang, including the synergy between Truth and Leon. He intentionally took the Soma from Rek'Sai and he moved into the bush. At the same time, Leon stopped moving so that Rek'Sai's passive cannot detect him. Waiting for that exact moment to strike. I think that's a really smart move from both of the players.
I mean, that's what you got to do to stay ahead, and you're going to get another one behind as Truth is able to find a free kill on Beloved Q, and I mean, Beloved Q tried to flash for it. Yes, it was close, but it was a dangerous one to play for, and all of a sudden, this Diana is looking a little bit worse for Ware Skeen on the top side as well, getting a pretty good HP lead in this minion wave.
Jace is, like we always talk about, Jace having the lead, but in this game, it seems that, whoa! Just, oh, that's a full fun flash.
It's
just like,
it's there. It's a flash. It's a flash.
Maybe, I've been losing those trades. Maybe flashing helps. Let's just flash.
All of a sudden, Skeen is gonna have a pretty nice hold over this top side, and everything in this game is vastly different than what we saw in games number 1 and 2. This feels like Team Azidal are going to have an early start to the game, and remember, they haven't really had a strong start to the game anytime, and Truth has also been shut down fairly heavily. We are going to take a look at this mid lane, which I really do appreciate. This 1v1, Beloved Q out of mana. I mean, got tethered, you stepped up. I'm not sure why you did this. I think you were just looking for minions, but then you flash away, and I mean, this is just an easy cleanup for Truth. The turnaround was fairly close, but I mean, Meepos didn't have flash. He didn't have a way to get away. It's just so good.
Like the flash difference coming right in because of Miffle not having flash, and it's actually a really smart lane swap, to be honest. Because if Jay stayed top, it would have been a guaranteed death when Orn reaches level 6. Because he's flashless for whatever reasons.
I think that's really true. That is one that we will have to watch for, and I mean, it's a good call from Team June, who, again, they don't have to feel like they're out of sorts. They can try and keep fighting, as that's a topside fight. Beloved Q, though, realizing that you don't actually like this and you're just going to fall. This Diana is not working out, as it's just a freebie.
Wow, we're talking about like Orn staying in the game for the game 1 for Skin, but right now It's not about staying in the game. Orton's like, who says that Orton's supposed to be weak side? He's playing strong side on right now, and whenever he is, that side strong. And Red Leaf gets out of that situation. They'll dodge the Nico's ulti. And he's slowly crawling back to the game despite the unlucky flashes and stuff.
But that's gonna be a nice bubble. Jajangmyeon has to realize that things are gonna turn a little bit southward. Nain, of course, looking to roam out towards this dragon. Now, is it gonna be caught? That's gonna be the question. This collapse could be quite big, but of course it's just a herald that not the herald, the scuttle that Nain is going for. So Meepo's still looking for that level 6. Let's see if they can hold it out. If they can, that's great. However, at the current moment, this is gonna be a little bit of a song and dance here. I don't know if they actually want to continue fighting this one because Nain's there and you set up way too far. Ghost is going to be used. That's going to be the stun blocked here. Very nicely done by Haji. Haji gets a great Glacial Fizzer, and now they can turn it around if they so wish. Huge force shot as well, but guess who's coming around the backside? Nico is here. Truth ready to lay down the pain, but you're on a pink ward. So Jajangmyeon and Haji say, okay, we play safe. We denied those 2 deaths and we play smart.
And for the top lane, Ord is not even building MR, but he's still smacking Diana onto the ground.
It's so good. It's so good. I mean, this Diana, I'm not sure why it was picked up, but it was, right? At the end of the day, we're just sitting here going, okay, this is what they wanted.
Could be because of the teamfight potential, but even so, they don't necessarily have a strong teamfight wombo combo this game. Like, they are trying different themes. This game is not a... If anything, this game is a game for poke, because they have Jinjays. And ganking on the Nico, burning Nico's flash, trying to punch him back. One more auto! Not enough! Just enough with the final kill.
I love it. I love it. Very nicely done. You start pinching that Nico, who, I mean, Truth piloted it quite well before. Red Leaf, though, gonna try and jump away, but you do get jumped on. The execution will come through, and all of a sudden, Meepos is in a really, really bad spot. Another execution can come through, and it's a double kill. It's just that easy. Nain is online with 2 of their own.
Oh,
good dodge around, though.
Red Leaf actually, the top lane is still fighting. Horn coming in. Does he have enough damage? Not quite. So, if you ask me, I think Red Leaf make a critical mistake there, is that he's too fat. So, when Viego takes his body, he instantly gets a U-moves, which, chops down Rek'Sai like a tree.
It's just so good. It's just too good, and all of a sudden we're seeing kind of this takeover of these lanes. Team Azidal is more than happy about staying in control. That's going to be a bullet time in the wave to come out here as Banana Bread and Kamumber are both out of mana. So they're not really able to do too much. However, dive into the jungle. If we could scroll back up to the top side, there we go. Now we get to actually see this fight come down. Nain is more than happy to kind of fight this one out, but they're going to look at the catch. It's a 1v2 situation on the top side, but it's a 3v2 on the other. Meepos is going to look to get the assassination. Kamember gets the kill. Unless the team is coming through, though, as Team Azidal is going to try and help out. But, Red Leaf had to run away, and that's going to be the dub. Team Azidal more than willing to be in control. They win the jungle fight and are going to come out with a lot of gold.
That's a nice fade from Banana Bread side, although we are not sure if it's a mistake or not, but if we are talking about a result phase, it's definitely, a fight that TA wants, and top lane looks for a huge fight, and Diana misses her ult.
That hurts. That hurts. I mean, you're trying to get control. You're trying to get this Diana back in control, but in the 1v1, it's just not going to work. All of a sudden, Nain and Truth are allowed to roam. This is what your composition wants to do. Red Leaf is here. Red Leaf is coming around. Skeen has no flash. You're going to fall here, but you get back to the rest of the team. It's not enough. Very nicely done. Grubs now being taken by Nain. You sacrifice your top laner to get these grubs and put yourselves in solid position. So far, all global objectives have gone the way of Azidal.
It's a really good comeback from T8 side, as this game, we're going to see that they're playing at a completely different style. Like, in the previous 2 games, they are playing to not lose, but this game, they are playing for the win. Much more proactive fights, much more aggressive plays. Maybe that's what they need to change up the game style.
I think they're going to do a lot more than that. They want to start on this reverse sweep if they can. Of course, Team June are not out of it. They're down 3 kills, which is not the worst thing in the world.
Wait, do we
They
have,
can fight back.
wait, just a question. Do we have Silver Scrapes on this one?
Oh, let's.
Wait, do we have glasses?
I'm a little bit worried about that. Let's hold off on that for right now.
Yeah, well,
Let's see what
if we
happens.
play? What if we play Silver Scrapes and then we receive a letter from Riot Games?
Oh my gosh, that would be rough. Right now, though, I think Team June are hoping for no sort of letter like that. We can see Truth running away, which is surprising. Oh, they're gonna look for this gank. I like this call. All right, count the minions. Count the minions. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, there are 7. There are 7. Oh, Jang Myun. Jang Myun didn't check. Jang Myun did not check. Oh no.
Oh, no.
This is dangerous. You are caught. You have no summoner spells and you're dead. 2v4 situation. Beloved keeps trying to come in, but you're not strong. You're not as heavy on that hold like before. Truth is now going to run away. A good tether keeps them all there, but it's a trade out of the kills. Haji cannot save their mid laner. And the fight worked too well. TA with the sneaky Nico play gives a 2-for-1 value.
Oh, is this TA the TA that we've been watching for the past 2 games? Because everyone's in the zone right now. Compared to the previous game, bot's winning, Top's winning, Top is solo killing, or although he just got solo kill, we might have to check the replay for that. The big difference being Neon coming in with Jungle Kingdom.
100%. 100%. Neon is very much in control, and you need to continue this sort of rampage through because you want to keep yourself in a strong position. I think a big part about this is, oh boy. Oh, you got caught. Good flash away. Good flash. You're safe. You're safe. And it's going to be... the big thing is you want to continue this rampage. You're 4-0-2. You can't let anyone really get into your way. Take a look at the camps being cleared out, by the way. Meepos is 10 camps behind, or about 9 camps behind in clearing. Nate is in full control right now. Went ahead, grabbed that Kraken Slayer. Is going to look to start powering through a lot of these other champions. We talked about easy execution. I think Neon is making it even easier.
We got Meepo struggling to get his first item with his Spybreaker, and on the other hand, we got Neon straight up building Kraken Triforce, and bot lane Misfortune's getting dive, and Meepo's tanking first, and he should be able to get out with a dive.
Yep,
with the
he
heal.
is safe. More than happy about the current situation. I mean, I'm very surprised to see how some of these matches are turning out here. First tower went down already on that top side, so that was handed over to Skeen. But one of the other differences that is coming through is this dragon control.
Truth. Walk lane up there and get the first tower, so Niku is actually pretty fat right now. He hasn't reset yet, of course. Going in for another 2-man
catch.
ult! And yet
It's
another
just
reset.
too good. And Red Leaf is too far behind. I mean, they're going to try and chase as far as they can, but Haji is now down. And with the Braum up, I mean, Red Leaf can't really stay here. This game is turning out to be a disaster. In comes the Ornhorn, doesn't really land on anyone, but Beloved Q is stunned up. You're just gone. Meepos has no tankiness, and this game seems all but washed. One of the faster games to come out here as TA look to claim the dragon.
And obviously, something that we need to talk about is definitely how good Truth is performing this game. You know, changing to pretend to be a minion, looks for sneaky engage, you know, 2 consecutive fights in a row, bot lane engage into Dragon Pit engage, both brings huge values to his team. So 2 dragons to TA right now with a 5k gold lead, and they're sieging bot lane. You know, bot lane originally was considered one of their weaker lanes, but this game they're showing you, you know, if we want to win our lane, we definitely can.
I don't think it's going to stop either. This is going to continue ever further. I mean, this game feels all but kind of lost. I mean, you look down TJ's side, and it's just, it doesn't seem to have that much power behind it. I look at them and I go, what are you actually looking for? I mean, the Diana isn't really going to be doing much unless you get a beautiful 5-man ultimate, but I don't think it's going to come through, and it's just, it's hard to say where it's going to come through for a victory. And at this point, it's TA. All they want to do is kind of win this game. It'll take a little bit of time, and then they'll get the dub, but I'm curious how they're going to try and push this forward. They are going to go for Herald, which I like this call. They've had control over global objectives the entire time. This is going to be challenged, though. On the other side, Neon isn't able to grab this for free, so you're going to have to call up Truth and call down Skeen, and that will be the Herald to start breaking through on the other side.
Yeah. And this time we don't have the X factor of Cannon anymore, so I can truly ask the question. Like, okay, bot lane Misfortune's getting ganked, but that's a nice step back, dodging the knockout.
Oh, a
turning
double
around,
bubble.
and a double TP. So what's gonna happen next? It's a 3v4, but is Truth still forcing it?
I
don't
think
know.
maybe as that's a trump in, but look at the raw damage. It's just too good.
Never
Remember,
mind.
able and allowed to get a double kill, looking for another. You're gonna run them down. It's just too free. Truth is too strong, and it feels like TJ are just kind of letting this one go to the wayside. They are forcing fights that they don't need to, and it's causing problems.
Yeah, that's truly a problem for TJ, and this time with the ADC being Jin, like, I can say this for sure, no one has enough damage to cut down tanks. So it doesn't matter Ornn is ahead or behind, as long as you get 2 items, it's really difficult for Ornn to die. He's gonna pack a punch in team fights in terms of tankiness.
It really is. Like, this is death and beyond. This is such a stark contrast from games 1 and 2, I want to say. Like, you can really feel, like you were talking about before, Beloved Q being kind of that mainstay for the rest of the team, being that strong point. And that's your captain. Remember, this Diana, if Diana fell behind, if June falls behind, it's a problem. It's difficult to fight for. So I understand where this is kind of coming from. And granted, this is just one game, right? It's not the end of the world. They already have 2 other games. If they lose this, it's okay. Do they want to lose this game, though? No.
However, just as we are saying, TA is having really great leads. They overdone it, trying too hard to dive a Jace in top lane, making it so that the Aegos shutdown actually hands it over to Rek'Sai. So, but Rek'Sai being fed, is it going to change a lot in terms of game state? I don't think so, because once it gets to mid game, Rek'Sai's going to eventually start falling off.
True. It's going to take a little bit of time, though.
So it's definitely it definitely provides them with some breathing room, but I don't think it's enough for TJ to turn the game around yet.
Yep, them to really turn this around, they need like multi kills and like behind it. They need so much. If they want to win. And I mean, this is again. It's happening again. It's so easy. It's easy. I mean, Jajang, you even saw it this time, but the auto attacks are just too good. And I mean, Truth is, I don't know why you're trying to force this. I mean, Truth, again, can look for the roots, can look for the damage, and it's just that clean. You look for the dive, you look for the jump, one more auto attack can take it, but you clone out! Truth cloned again, doesn't allow the last proc of the concussive bullets to go down, and it's just too good. Truth lives, and you're happy about that.
Okay, for bot lane is already fighting, we'll talk about it later, but it's a 1v1, actually a 2v1. I don't think Juno get out of it alive, and he gets yet another free ball into Viego, although Viego probably doesn't want it because the items are too bad for Viego. Viego is like, I'd rather use my own item. Sorry, I'll bring my own, you're welcome. And for Keen, trying his best to get away, Jace doesn't really do that much of a damage here, as he does not have any abilities to break through tanks. Okay, where were we? Nico, for our audience, back at home, sitting, looking at this stream. Just a little tip: you can actually check if Nico's on your screen cosplaying by pressing tab. If there are no question mark on top of, and you press tab, if there are no question mark on top of the icon, he is on your screen. He is on your screen in one or another form. Well, so he might be cosplaying as minions, he might be cosplaying as champions. So if you see Nico's question mark disappearing on the map and top lane is already diving, Rally is already dead, it could possibly lead to a tier 2, but Viego is in a really dangerous spot. Viego got out, they can safely look for another stage, or look for another fight.
I mean, it's a desperate fight. It is a desperate fight to be had. All control over to Team Ozzy Doll. They are so strong, they are powerful, and the dub is in their hands. They're going to look to try and go for this Baron. I think Meepos is going to try and cut the wave, but I mean, you can look at Baron, you can win the game here. Oh, Meepos taking over the wall! Meepos has to run. Meepo has to run. That may as well be GG. That hurts. That hurts.
Definitely true. And, you know, we're in a weird spot where we can always predict the future. Like, you know, maybe I have some superpowers where we're so good. You understand? Like, we as casters are so good, we straight up know that the game's gonna end in 3 minutes. Well, can't blame us for being too good, right?
True.
Like, who knows who's winning this? Maybe, you know, maybe TJ got a 6-man ult, only Diana, and wins the game afterwards. You know, the script that I wrote off. But following the normal path, it would be, you know, misfortune with Nico, probably another sneaky engage from the Nico player into GG. Like, it seems that from TJ's side, they are not that good at scouting out Nico's club.
It's just, it's a difficult one to play for, and I mean, Truth, I think is going to draw a ban for that one. However, the base is going to be run down here. Truth goes ahead, gets a great stun onto Meepos, who is going to try and run for their life. I don't think it's going to work, though. Curtain Call comes in, and I mean, the Flourish is going to do nothing but hurt them. Truth is taking quite low TP to get back to base, as Beloved Q is going to try and hang on.
Oh, sweet.
I don't think it's going to do too much. Skeen, though, has to run away, so surprisingly enough, this is a dance that they're not enjoying. Skeen, though, I'm sure is just waiting for a time to throw down that ult. Glacial Fissure is going to land. How much more are you going to get? Beloved Q needs to jump in here, and is going to jump forward. Gets a great ultimate, but there's damage there. They get the kills. The turnaround ultimate, though, is going to be there. Neen is allowed to fight. Remember, the executions are just too good. Flashes over the wall. Gets a punch. Haji is running for their life, but that's the kills that you want. No one else to stand in your way. And this is going to be all but GG. Haji running for their life. Meepos is going to fall. And I think Team Azidal is more than happy about the current state. They now have won a game. It is not a clean sweep. They are going to fight for Game 4 and beyond.
Still in the game, and now they got 1 game for themselves.
Feels
Slowly
good.
climbing back to the game. Maybe, just maybe, we can actually get to the Silver Scrape spawns. Then we can check if we have the license to use that song.
True, true.
Well,
And-
this
and I
game,
mean-
in this game,
Yeah.
it's the really important thing. I'd say is definitely Viego, Neon's Viego, early counter jungle into jungle 1v1 play, into a lot of chaotic plays. Like we said, Viego could be a hidden X factor, as we knew TJ is one of those teams that even if they're playing with leads, even if they're not, even with no leads, they like playing super aggro, and sometimes they overstay for their welcome, trying to look for a place that they cannot look for, try to take a bite bigger than they can chew, and they're heavily punished for the Viego play and heavily punished for Neon's counterplay.
Yeah, we'll see if they can continue to do so. Right now, we are waiting for game number 4, so don't go anywhere. The Juno bi-weekly matchup, the tournament finals, will continue in just a bit. We are set to go because this is going to be a silly game indeed. This time, Team June are back on the Blues side and ready to fight things off. However, the bans are coming by pretty quickly, and Team Azidal have adjusted pretty accordingly. The Orn, though, banned away by Team June. Kennen still banned away, and Aatrox as well. So these are pretty obvious bans here.
Exactly. We talk about solving the problem from the root. So Aatrox, Orn are still bad, but Viego, a champion that extremely swerved on everyone, is still out there.
I mean, I like this call, though. Again, one of the big points and one of the big reasons I think the Viego looks so good is because mid lane, the Diana just did not feel good. And on the top side, we see a huge change to the Tryndamere coming out here.
Yeah, Tryndamere currently has a really interesting new build where he goes Grasp into Hydra, and he just plays infinite sustain. So he goes like D-Shield, Second Wind, Hydra into Ravenous Hydra. That's like a really, really, like quote-unquote, brainless way to play. We just have infinite sustain, don't care about your pokes. I just re-auto wave, re-press Q, re-push wave, and he starts proxying.
I mean, they're looking to try and do it again.
There's a really good sustain to Jay. There's a really good, good ways to counter Jace. However, what we are also seeing is June's Jace, June's team's Jace, and June's Graves. However, Viego is still picked yet again, so we need to see how it goes.
I think this time around it's going to be a little bit better. What I am curious to watch for is this bottom lane. The Swain Rakan again was very, very impactful, I actually want to say, in deterring a lot of the bottom lane engages. When you have a Swain, it can be powerful as long as Jang Myung did not get caught, right? That was the whole thing. As long as the Swain didn't get caught, you were okay. I'm curious to see how this plays out, though. This game, Team June, they don't want to go to a game 5. They worked so hard to get here. I'm wondering what's really going to come out here and how it's going to work.
Interesting enough, it's also a game that goes through time. Like it's like a time traveler game if you think about it. It's actually game 2 winning draft versus game 3 winning draft. For Team June, Amumu, Graves, Swain, Rakan are or game 2 picks. They just swap Aatrox, with Jace. And then for T8, for Ashdell, they have Viego, Nico, Nami from the previous game. This time they get the Jin back and then they swap the top lane. They swap it. Originally it was Orn, now they play Tryndamere instead, so like 2 champions have switched. So it's basically game 2 draft versus game 3 draft. Like both teams are picking their best comp. We talk about in amateur tournaments, it's about having a comp that's easier to execute compared to blindly following metas. And they are definitely following through this instruction. It's like instruction clear. Everyone follows through. Both teams have easy to execute comps. And this is one of the comps that I cannot, this is a clear game in my opinion, that I cannot say for sure who has the better draft.
I'm right there with you. I'm sitting there going, who is going to have kind of that the big dub on the board? And I have to be looking at this top side. Once again, it's going to come down to the top and the mid. So far, it's been the Beloved Q and Truth show, and then it's the Red Leaf Tree and Skeen show. These two kind of 1v1 scenarios, if mid lane falls, it falls on the Red Leaf Tree. And then if Red Leaf Tree falls, then everything spirals out of control for Team June. On the other side, if Truth isn't allowed to make the plays, it seems hard to be able to pull it off. Nian sometimes can get a lead, and especially against a Mumu, might have a better chance at scaling early. But if Meepos is able to come away with said victories, that can be a whole thing in itself. So I love the fact, Mogu, that you pointed out this feels very winning comp versus winning comp, and it's going to come down to execution at the end. Where do you think we're going to see a major amount of focus be put, though? In the mid lane, in the top lane? Where is it going to go?
This game, we can't say for sure, but I think the X Factor is definitely going to be Trendemir. Because if you think about it, both the side laners are AD, which is Jace and Grace, which both of them are kind of squishies. If Trendemir participates in early chaotic fights and he comes out ahead, later on in the game, no one will be able to match the side lane pressure from Trendemir because he can just press Ghost, press ult, and run you down.
True. It's one that you really have to watch for. Right now, though, I'm curious to see who is going to come out in the lead. And I want to see if that top side is really as we see it. It looks like we are getting Ghost on Trendemir, Jhin, and Swain. So I know that you mentioned that there have been some nerfs to the Summoner spell. However, people really still like to run it. So, go ahead and do so. We'll see if it helps him out. If not, then it'll be its own thing. And I'm going to sit there and just wonder exactly how this plays out and who is going to come out in the lead. Let's go ahead and jump into game here as we already see a little bit of a chase. This is Team June getting invaded on, and they're not too happy about that.
And I don't know if they are capable of trading it, as they don't necessarily have really strong level 1 with the Nami Jhin. However, this game, let's talk a little bit about goals. Like we just mentioned, in the previous game, for every game, we have been talking about, okay, goals got nerfed, so, going for barrier or heal is just better. And the results are actually kind of proven, like going for barrier or heal actually provides you with a much more survivability, assuming that you actually use it. Yes, I am talking about the early fights, from game 1. Yes, I am talking to Comerverse. So, what I'm expecting is, whoever go for goals will actually have a worse, will actually have a worse 1v1 or like a worse 2v2. However, since both of them are going for goals, then technically we are back onto the same ground, back onto square one. And Trendemir, right at the start of lane, 1 minute into the game, he's forced to start recalling. That's why we go for D-Shield level 1. I think that's a huge mistake, going for deep lane instead, because with grass, it's really difficult to look for a level 1 fight.
This is going to be interesting to watch for. I think overall both teams are feeling kind of the weight and the pressure right now. But Lovey of course, needing to have a really solid game here to deny truth of how it's going to play. Of course, with those tethers, it's a whole different story. And I mean, you need that null magic mantle early, but look on the top side. Keep eyes on where they're currently playing. We are seeing a gank go out here. If we can get the observer up there, please look towards the top lane, please, as we can see it. Finally, we get to see Red Leaf Tree flashing away, but you can't flash away from that stun. And they get away, so Red Leaf Tree is safe. However, you walk right back into lane and you say, yo, Skeen, you don't have ulti just yet. You gotta be careful.
Yeah, that's like a great way. Trendemir dying to chase, and that's the worst feeling ever in the world. Like right now, the lane's frozen, your jungler visits you after finishing, the first 3 camps, ganks you, and you still got solo kill after your jungler ganks you. That's the worst feeling ever, and the wave is as bad as possible. Because it's right now frozen in front of their tower.
Oh man, and that's such a good space. However, take a look on the other side. We can see Nian looking to invade a little bit more, trying to take away a lot of Meepo's jungle side, and that's actually a huge boon for them. Very, very nicely done. That's going to lean a lot on Beloved Q and Red Leaf Tree to try and get in the lead, try and have a little bit more control over some of those zones. We'll see how well it plays out here, of course. For right now, everyone's just kind of playing a little bit slow. Oh, Beloved Q, you need to run. That's a flash. Truth gets a 1v1 kill in the mid lane.
That's a really good play, but Meepo's made it away. But after you made it away, can you get back to base, or are you getting sent back to base? Truth is following. The CC is definitely not enough. It's in a really bad spot, Neon, but he gets Meepo, and Skeen is on the wrong path. He's running into the tower.
That hurts. That hurts to see, and we are going to watch this one back because this was a good smite from Meepos, but honestly, Nian just had a little bit more damage.
On top of that, let's just say they are chasing for something that isn't there. Like, even if they got a Mumu, they cannot extend the lead. Most of it is just because of ego play. You know, he does not feel happy about Mumu taking his scuttle. So he just wants to look for those revenge.
Which I mean, I don't hate, I should say. I don't
That's some
hate
good
it.
spacing on the tower.
Yeah. I mean, I'm wondering here how exactly this is going to play out because considering the kill went back, Skeen kind of gifted over a little bit more as that's a dive under the tower. Red Leaf Tree is now in control, and it really does feel that the Ornn was the main playmaker. Good flash out by Banana Bread on the bot side, though, as we are watching some of these kills try and go, but you are pretty much dead in the water. Sushi is on the menu, boys, as that's going to be a kill. Jajangmyeon grabs one for themselves as they are very far behind in CS, but more than happy to pick up the kill.
They get the fish for free. So we have birds biting fish these days. Yeah, because Wayne's the one grabbing the kills. And unluckily, we don't have rice in this game, or we have the complete menu for a sushi recipe. That's a little bit unlucky. But Wayne right now is in a hurry to push the lane because the wave is really, really bad. It's also really refreshing to see Jace going Conqueror against Tryndamere, though. Usually players go for things like face rush, or if they are confident in themselves, then go for first strike. But we're actually seeing Conqueror, which means he cannot accept losing lane. Because Conqueror Jace with losing lane is not a champion. Well, the good news for him is Tryndamere is not going for D-Shield, so there is basically no sustain coming in from the crit.
I mean, you also went Grassy and dying on that top side, so it's like, ever since Lethal Tempo got removed, it's a whole different story. Red Leaf Tree, though, getting run up on here.
Oh, no.
It's going to be a little bit of a challenge. Truth is just going to hunt for that kill if you can find it, but Meepos is here. Only level 5, though. Beloved Q is level 6, though, and this is going to be that chance. In goes the pop buzzer, but it's catching you one. Truth gets a nullified ultimate, and all of a sudden, this is dangerous. It's going to be turned around. Nian is going to try and clean things up if you can, but Skeen is going to be kited around. Nian can't do anything, and Team June are much more in control. This is the Team Juno game 1 and 2.
And is already really fat and working towards his opportunity, or Yumu's ghost play, but according to his habit, I believe it's going to be a Yumu's, as Red Leaf is the type of players that evaluates move speed more than anything else. But no matter what he builds, it's gonna be a 7-minute complete items. This time I refrain myself from saying the word mythic, because there's no more mythic. By the way, I don't miss it. I don't miss it. Please don't come back, the mythic item.
I don't think anyone misses it, honestly. Very stale builds is what I like to say. It didn't feel good. Right now, though, as you mentioned, it is going to be that Yomu's carried in. Red Leaf Tree, happy to take that one. But, you go ahead and play a little bit smarter now if you're Skeen. Skeen getting nullified to 0-4-1, one of the more difficult situations they've been in.
Like we're talking about a Tiamat versus a Yumu Ghost Blade. So the damage is basically uncomparable. You land one auto attack on him, he's gonna one-shot you. And the same matchup as game 2. Graves is always trying to get the push, but this time, even for Graves, he's reading. He's not building wall this game. And Tommy stepping out of solo kill! Coming right in.
Alright, right now it's a battle for who gets MVP. It's either Beloved Q or Red Leaf Tree. They are fighting so hard for it. Banana Bread, though, gonna be turned into Grub. That's going to be a jump in. No level 6 to keep him safe. And Haji gets out to safety. And what a nice grab. Nian can't get anything. So Jajangmyeon and Haji denying more kills. However, no executes. Still damage behind. They're going to try and play safe. Guess who's coming around the side, though? Level 6 is hit. And coming around the side is Mumu. You're going to get the catch and the save. And Nian is all alone. Meepo says, yo, what's up, boys? Let's fight. Kills galore as the kills come through. Flash out by Commember as you are safe. However, that dive goes drastically wrong. Red Leechy, I think he tried to dive as well, and you're going to fall on the top side thanks to Truth. However, gold heavily in favor of TJ's side.
We are back to the bot lane, and bot lane get a really good execution in terms of handling that tower dive. Swain getting to level 6, and a little bit overly optimistic from the Neon side, and they are camping! So Banana Bread cannot go back into the game. Even Panic Flash, like as we can see, he flashed and then he walks back into it. So he's like pure panicking on that part, does like back in, but are there round 2? Knock up into another Amumu stun, is that it? No one can play League of Legends, and even with the teleport, is it going to be one more? Not really. But the waves are bleeding right now, if you look at TA's wave. How many waves have we been missing right now? Like 4? 4 waves already.
I don't even want to think about it, right? Like, this hurts for TA. They fought so hard in game 3. And granted, Truth is still doing very well, 4-1-0. But the lanes are still in TJ's favor. You can take a look. They're getting ready for this upcoming dragon. It is going to be an Infernal. So you do kind of want to keep that one under your belt. Topside tower is about to fall for Red Leaf Tree, who has a massive CS lead. It's getting silly up there, but this is going to be that chance. Another fight breaking out? Or I think...
It's Wayne Savage?
Yeah, I think it's another one. Jajang Myun went a little bit too far. And now you are going to die, misses the Q, and you're dead. So now Dragon will go in favor of TA, and they're going to have a 2-Dragon lead.
Yeah, however, Haji and Mipu's like, we are still coming in. Can that be another extra play? Nice double stun. Amumu ult into double kill by Amumu, gaining like 501 gold in total, as we can see from the spectators move.
Oh boy.
Mid lane still not over yet, and other players.
Oh,
nice
what a dodge!
Wow! Nice sidestep, dodging Nico's stun, Viego's ult, and Viego's W. We are playing a Matrix right now.
Just too good. But Lovey is showing off once again, 3-1-2, very strong showing. Also, I want to say, okay, Red Leaf Tree is just owning topside right now. There is no one, at least in the top quadrant, that can deal with this Jace.
Not Viego, definitely not the Tryndamere. And we just talked about Truth being extremely ahead this game, performing well. But is it good enough to 1v9 the game, literally, because he's currently having 4 losing lanes?
I just cry. Quite honestly, I just cry. I don't know what else to do here. Like, you're trying your hardest. Nian did not have that strong of a start, though. And this is what we talked about. It's kind of a gamble champion, this Viego. So you have to wait and see how it's going to play out. Jajang Myun, though, once again, getting caught out here. The Swain having some struggles here. Good little knockup for some extra damage, as that's going to be a topside fight. We can see this is going to be Red Leaf Tree getting jumped on here, and Skeen starting to have a little bit better time. Good knockback, though, to keep yourself safe. Ultimate not used by Skeen, though, so you can still go back in if you so wish.
However, is probably not the fight they want to look for. Top lane's already fighting, bottom lane's kind of trading, and Skeen still trying to look for a fight, but they cannot make it happen 3v1, which means Meepo is probably going to have priority in the grubs, and Graves is getting free plays in mid lane. You know, just fast forward, getting to the bot lane and getting nice collapse. That's another double Q. Jace is smart enough, so Jace back in the base.
That's mean.
Solo kills Tryndamere. We don't know how Jace died, but let's assume that he's getting 3v1 gang. Because we saw Nico going top.
I mean, this is just bullying all over the place right now. It feels like dubs around for Team June. However, the global objectives are still in favor of this other squad. As we jump forward a couple seconds again, Nian is going to get chunked out here. Beloved Q is going to go down. However, this chance is going to be awry. Nian falls, and Truth shall live. However, at what cost? Meepo's not exactly the tankiest, but the tower goes down on the bot side, and all of a sudden, Team June in very much control.
Mumu is just not satisfied with his game 2 performance. He's like, okay, it's enough. I'm not gonna play a tank anymore. And he brings Conqueror, and the Conqueror damage actually deals quite a lot of damage, as we can see when he fully stacked the Conqueror. He's actually just bursting Viego, Nico down, and the first tower goes down at 14 minutes in the top lane. And top tier 1, bot tier 1 are all taken away from TA. And the side lane pressure starts now.
Now let's see what they can do, right? With this opening, you mentioned this is where the game kind of breaks out and starts becoming an actual game. This is where Team June start to rotate, start to gather some of those benefits. And you can see here, all of a sudden, Jajangmyeon right to that mid lane. You called it. Mogu, immediately they swap out. All of a sudden, Beloved Q is going towards that bot side. You go ahead and get some pressure there. And then we get to see where Red Leaf decides to go. This is going to be that big challenge. Where does Red Leaf decide to go and put his pressure? Maybe still towards that top side. Keep that Tryndamere down. I actually really like that call.
Wow, the
Look at that
damage
damage.
coming
Look
in.
at that damage. Look at that damage.
He instantly has to burn his ult already. And that's the Nico, but I doubt that he dies from this. Unless Nico flash.
That's the Proto Belt. It's so good. That's going to be a catch, though, as Meepos is going to try and get another tether down. Look at a flash out by Skeen, though. Rest of the team now coming up. And keep in mind, there is no Beloved Q or Red Leaf, so this might actually be doable. Truth is going to try and clone out. You're running towards the corner. You are going to be caught here, but the rest of the team is coming in. So TA might have a chance. It's going to be the ult up, but a nice Curse of the Sad Mummy is going to catch them all. Commembert has no damage. You are dead as well. 3 wash for the price of 1. And once again, it is all TJ. They catch another Banana Bread flashes just out of range, but you are caught. You are a fish in a barrel. I don't think you're getting out to safety. Another claw should come out. No root to come down, but a tether lands. The bandage is just too good. And you're going to be melted 4 at the cost of 1. And that's a huge shutdown as well. Team June come out with spades on top. However, they are going to lose Dragon. Oh, TP coming in, no. Nian has to run away, is not going to be allowed to hang on to this dragon. And Beloved Q wants revenge. Beloved Q is like, yo, you are not getting away from us. What a huge damage. And a final Empowered Shock Blast seals the deal. 24-8. Team June at almost 8K in the lead.
And this game, we always talk about when June's going for it again. Nico's going for 2-man lockup onto both carries. EQ onto both carries. But is it enough? Maybe it's not enough. Raze is still the one with the gun. Going in with the shotgun. Going for the kills, going for the damage with the collector, with the Yumus. You kill the guy with Yumus number 1, but there is still Yumus number 2. Which is Graves' shotgun for the game. And top lane, we have an interesting one here. And get out. Well, this game, I'd say Meepo actually just proved the Delta's wrong. We talk about June stepping up, we talk about Red Leaf stepping up, but this game, Meepo's definitely stepping up with 8 kills on the bot mid lane's side, but that's a little bit too much. Just because Meepo's stepping up doesn't mean that you can go for who ends June. So that's a shutdown, and originally I think it would be the best if he just pushed mid tower. It would already be good enough.
I can agree with that. Go in, push, don't get crazy, don't get silly. Red Leaf, of course, on the other side, looking to try and hold their own, but these shakeups have been happening, and even though they've been losing a lot of kills, it's still okay. Team June have actually opened up the map a lot. Of course, that's going to be a jump in the mid lane, and that's Jajangmyeon dead again. Oh, no. Okay.
Get another minion cosplay. No, we're looping back to the previous script. Nico pretending to be minion, and bot lane getting caught out. And that could potentially be Baron pressure, although it probably would not be a Baron start, as Jin is not there. But it's still a really, difficult situation for TJ to deal with, as they do not have anyone in the top side to contest this Herald.
I mean, you can't. You have no reason to afford, and you're going to try and play safe. Of course, this Tryndamere is trying to push right now. And I like this call, because you do need some tower pressure, but you're going to sacrifice your life. You have no summoner spells. Immediately, you're going to get run down. The wave is actually pretty big, but you're kiting into it. So, I mean, you might be able to get away, but this is what we're really watching for. Beloved Q, once again, getting tethered, and you're still invading in. Beloved Q is really almost inting their way here, and I don't really enjoy that. Mid and top both having struggles here, as Skeen is now 0-10.
And just because your top lane's 0-10 doesn't mean that your other roles can, you know, play like that, I would say. They are definitely playing over aggro for both Red Leaf and June. They're trying too hard to make things happen, but with their current lead, as long as we are counting the minions, I think they actually, the fight's actually unlosable for them. So it's about how disciplined they can get. It's about discipline of the game. It's about how good they are at counting minions. Is it 6 or 7? Is the Viego real or fake? Or how should we be grouping? For example, their formation. A Mumu should always be walking in front. That would be the much better call, instead of sending Jace, sending Graves to always try to be the front line. Like, you cannot have everyone try to be the heroes. There are times that players should be making hero plays, but not necessarily every time. They should be playing as if they want to lift up the whole world.
You got to play with the team. You have to let the burden be put on other people, and I do agree. We want to see Team June start grouping together. I also want to see Beloved Q start kind of roaming in with the team and start really utilizing that 5-4 lead, because Truth has become a powerhouse. 8-3-1. All of those kills currently just kind of sitting on that Nico. Out of all the members, it really has been them. So Team Ozidal are more than happy to play around this Nico, to play around this value. And I mean, Nien has also started to come back online, 3, 4, and 3, looking for a bit more damage behind. But you can start executing people very, very quickly. So entering into this mid game, what do we want to see out of Team June? Like, where do they want to look for next? Because, I mean, Baron's up. You could go for Baron. You've gotten a lot of tower pressure. I mean, I don't think that'd be a bad call.
But you straight up have better options. I say Baron could be it, but of course you have to be aware of the Nico engage, especially when Nico flashes up. However, with Amumu, if Amumu basically only has one task. If they are trying to look for a Baron call or a 5v5, find where Nico is, and just try to CC Nico before Nico ulti comes in.
True.
And it's not necessarily a difficult job for him to do. As long as he gets close to Nico, press ulti. It doesn't matter if it's a ward, a Jin trap, a minion, or jungle monster. As long as you press ult, she's there, Nico misses the ult, no other players has enough damage, because if we look at the scoreboard, Nico is the one with all the kills. Of course, Viego has decent amount of damage, Jin has decent amount of damage, but it's not gonna be enough. No one's gonna have enough damage to take down Amumu, no one's gonna have enough damage to take down Swain. So it's actually back to where it started. It's a battle between can Nico 1v9. If Nico, because if we talk about, let's say, Dragon fight, the only way that it's going to become looks like slightly close is Nico landing an extraordinary good engage on both Graves and Jace, which doesn't happen every Tuesday or every Saturday, according to where most of our audience live. Is it every Sunday? Yeah, every Sunday. Yeah, today's Sunday.
Yeah, I think so. It's going to be a good time, but I think we're still waiting. So this is going to be quite interesting to see exactly where they decide to throw down here. I'm curious to see who comes out on top, because the summoner spells are also leaning into a difficult area. You take a look at the flash out of Commembert, and it's a dangerous spot to be in. So I'm wondering how they decide to go about this for TA. They're still behind a decent 5k. They have had some control over the dragons, and I want to see what else comes out of that one. Meepos, though, as you mentioned, 8-2-10. currently for their own line. Very, very strong. I also want to see if Red Leaf Tree can continue to kind of dominate in this fashion. We start to see them fall off in scaling a little bit. Haven't been able to fight Skeen as easily. But, you know, little pieces here and there to kind of watch for. I want to see this game get underway once again.
Exactly. Especially with Viego also having flash, that also could lead to, you know, if they have CC on some squishy, any squishy, then Viego can instantly flash in for the reset. That could also be a potential table turner. However, Amumu right now, like with how fat he is, he's actually having the tankiness of a tank, but the damage potential of a bruiser. So Amumu right now, you can just treat him as a carry right now. I don't see a difference between Amumu right now against, let's say, a Jax with like 4 items or like 3 items. If he gets SS to backline, you better pray to God because you're not getting out.
Yeah, this is going to be a little bit of chance. Right now, we are waiting for the spectator bug to go through. There we go. We're right back into it. It's no worries. We're set. And we're right back. Okay, so we're waiting for someone to reconnect, I think is the issue. I kind of get that now. So we'll hold here for a little bit. We'll wait and make sure Jajang Myun is okay with that that connection.
Getting ganked, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Ganked IRL.
Nico is personally ganking him in real life.
That would hurt.
Cosplaying as his family member and then, you know, calls him for lunch.
That would hurt.
Yeah, son, give me a hand here, and just pull him away from the game.
All right, so we're gonna take a look at some of the replays here as well. These are kind of fun all the way from the earlier stages of this game. Just a little bit of silliness, I should say. It was fun to watch some of those skills come through.
Yeah, like you're not allowed to play League of Legends type of zoning. Like,
yeah, and we can seeing this one as well.
TA bot lane is definitely not having a great time early on. You know, getting ganked by Meepos, and if we think about it, Meepos gank success rate's like 100% this game. Like the action follows him wherever he is. Player dies.
Yeah. He's been very in control of everything that he wants to do. I mean, 18 kill participation, 8 kills, 10 assists. Very, very powerful. I think only outside of 9, which have been really those solo kills on the top side. So looks like we are going back into game here. We are going to have a lot of fun with this. So let's go ahead and take a look. Hopefully we get the game to resume right on time. We get to finish this one up. I'm sure the players want to do so as well. And I mean, I don't think anyone wants to be left on a cliffhanger for this entire time. Yeah,
like they are waiting for the burn play, although there are no dragons yet. But what we are waiting for is a potential burn play, a potential Nico mid. Will Nico go mid? If Nico walks towards mid here, something big is going on. Okay, not now. It's going to top.
Yeah, don't need to go crazy right now. I think right now, also, reset. You had a little bit of time to think about it. You had about 6 or 7 minutes to kind of figure out exactly what you want to do. So give it some time, wait it out, and then come back with a stronger game plan. Because I think for TA, they don't feel like they're completely out of it just yet. They still have a way to fight back. They still have a good team fight, and it really does come down to, you know, who gets in trouble first, and that's Jajang Myun once again to get caught. And this is now the 3rd or 4th time Jajang Myun has not had any support, any help while pushing.
He's treating himself as if the side laner, the top laner with teleport, and I don't think that's the smart choice to do because Jajang Myun, as proven from the past 2 games, he is, you know, not the type of players that focus on mechanical outplay. Not the type of players that, okay, I just dodge everything and land my abilities on point. So it's probably not the best idea to put him side lane and challenge other players. And you know, it's also one thing important to keep in mind. Jajang Myun, it's when it comes down to counting minions, Jajang Myun is probably not the best player. That's the nice thought, but banana bread coming in for the execution. I don't think that's the way. Oh my god, maybe with the Hexdrinker, but you have like Contestant
Dude.
number 2, Jin coming in. Reload versus reload. One of it only has 2 bullets, one of it only has 4 bullets, and 4 is bigger than 2. However,
That was too good.
For Graves, that's not necessarily a bad trade because he burns Trin's ult, Trin's flash, he wins the side wave, he gets 2 waves, and a 700 gold tower.
A lot of gold back in there. However, what the big problem is you just lost your Graves for this dragon. Of course, Graves will be up in about 20 seconds, but you got to play this one out smartly. Take a look at where Skeen currently is, though. This 4v4 does not work in the advantage of TA. This is going to be very difficult to do. This is going to be a problem. Nope. This is going to be a side lane push. So, how do they decide to do this one? Take a look. Oh, Banana Bread, you don't want to be there. You are stuck and you are killed. So this dragon could be big. TP coming in here. Bandage touches in, but a good spike comes down. Nian is able to find it, but how many are you going to lose? That's going to be a good catch. Ult over the wall, though, to only deny 1. And meanwhile, the Trinimir is hard pushing this lane. Such a good play from TA. They get out. They lost 2, though. It's a dangerous spot to be in. They are going to send Jace to go ahead and try and hold their own, but the Baron is going to be tagged up. And is it going to be TJ to try and rush there?
Nico could be looking for another play. Jajangmyeon already dropping to half. Priest ulti for the health. I think he's overdoing it then.
Because the rest of the team is here. Because the rest of the team is here. This is dangerous. Skeen is just blown up. Skeen is dead. Skeen is gone. Oh no, oh no, no. No one cares about Jajangmyeon right now. That's not the big point. This is going to be a difference. Truth. It's going to get popped, though. There is no safety. And now the curse of the sad mummy curses the likes in the inn. Jajangmyeon may have fallen, but that was all a bait. It is going to be the Baron for the TJ squad. Meepos is still full HP. Plenty to hang on to. Yes, you get the snipe down, but you lose the Baron. TJ in control. Yes, they lost their top side. The inhibitor is exposed, but it's still Baron to 3.
It's not necessarily good for TJ. Like getting Baron is still good, but you know, some casualties could be avoided if Jajangmyeon walked with his team. You know, it's probably time for him to notice that, to reckon that it's time to stick with his team, as he's just gonna get murdered every time he goes alone because of the Viego and the Nico. And like we talked about, Meeple's job is, you know, it is well executed. What he needs to do is to just mark Nico, you know, look at Nico. When Nico gets to the fight, he zones Nico out.
Take a bit of time. Play smart. That's going to be a little bit of a clothing process scene.
Yeah,
but Skeen is on a warpath right now. Skeen is just trying to play smart, get the side lanes rolling, and make sure that you're in control. 0 and 11 doesn't matter. You just fly through those towers like it's nothing.
Have you ever heard of the Bowson Law?
Oh, no, what's that?
you know the Bows FFS?
Oh, yeah, I do. Well, what's the law?
Yeah, the law is if you die for CS, it's always worth it. That's why Bows FFS dies like 20 times a game.
True.
Like that's the Bowson Law. His law is like, okay, farm greater than KDA, but he's definitely utilizing it to the max, to the fullest for Skeen. Yep. And this game, definitely sieging mid is actually really difficult to tolerate. Jay's poke. Jay's with 3.5 items. One poke's gonna take away half of the health. Luckily, he dodged the poke, but the next shot blast, I think Banana Bread, if he takes the shot blast, it's gonna drop all the way to like 500 or 400 or even lower. Nico's going to
but that's the Nico ultimate. You love to see it, but the knockback is there. A Mumu Curse and Set Mummy gets a 3, and it looks like the damage is more than enough. The rest of the team has to scatter, even though you got so much with the Nico. It doesn't matter. The brute force method, the damage is just real. Haji going over the wall, or maybe at least looking for a tag. As much as they expended, TA got literally nothing. They got 2 kills on a Jace in Swain. The main bulk is still there. Haji is still very tanky. And over the wall goes Beloved Q. And you're going to bait in Skeen. Skeen is going to try and barely stay alive, but you lost the tower and then some. Cucumber is membered dangerously. Got more auto attacks to come through. A final shot is going to land. Cucumber is going to try and run them down. I think you can actually do this. Beloved Q needs a little bit more HP before you can do anything, but I mean, with how much was used, Truth used everything to get in the middle. It still wasn't enough to get the ace.
this is the struggling part about Nico, because just because you land a 4-man knockup doesn't mean that your team's guaranteed to win. As Nico also kind of falls off in the late game, you can see him, like you can land 4-man or 6-man or how many players all you want, but when you don't, like there is an upper cap as to what your champion is capable of doing. She needs more if he wants to win that. That's a big one.
I like that call out. Truth is like, okay, I know you're there. I know you're all there. I'm not going to fight this one. What you are going to fight for is this dragon. If this soul goes the way of TA, though, it's a massive boon, and that's why you have Skeen on that top side trying to shove. You're trying to draw other bait out. And this is a big part of Jajangmyeon. We want to see Jajangmyeon not die in the early stages. Need to see that Swain actually have some sort of value here on the day, and you get a great catch and a draw. What a good one. I just said we wanted to see that value, and you get it. No reason to fight for this dragon, no reason to force here, as you do get the up top side inhibitor. Oh, can you look at it? You get it! You get it, Need steals it away, and this is now the base. No way. TJ lose off of this one. Oh my god, they have to rush back towards that base. Beloved Q is there and gets the kill. But the soul goes the way of TA. A save by Nien.
By getting the soul point right now, TA is still alive, live to see another day. And they are now getting mid-siege from TJ. The pressure is there. But the soul point kind of helps when they're low, I guess. Especially for Viego, it's more useful for him to get resets since he can stay longer when he's low on health. But Camtech Dragon's probably not the best dragon soul that they want to look for. They probably want to look for Infernal, or at the very least, what's the other one again?
Ocean?
No, Ocean, not Ocean.
Mountain?
Mountain, or what's the one that comes with the electric?
Hextech.
Hextech or Inferno is what they need, because right now they're lacking damage.
I can see that. Oh, Nien's in a bad spot. I think you kind of knew someone was there, so you play it smart. But the Baron coming up next, this could be the big playmaker. Keep in mind, this is going to be a red leaf trying to counter the Tryndamere, and I really like this call. You go ahead and put a little bit of space down to the bot side. You say, hey, we got to keep in control. With the Baron coming up in just 10 seconds, we're going to see another fight for it. Can Nien steal it away again? If you're able to, that would be a massive, massive win.
Here's the thing, Jace don't necessarily win the side lane against Trin anymore, because Trin got those split pushing items and the healing, the most important thing being Undying Rage and double sums. Without face rush, it's actually really difficult to get back out mid lane. Nico's looking for an engage, and Swain's down!
Swain is gone, but the rest of the team is here, and they're going to try and bloody them up. Keep in mind, they need to finish this one off quickly. The Charm goes through, but Nien is still alive. Oh my lord. Keep a look at this change-up, though. Banana Bread is drawing so much time, and there's going to be a call down. They're going to push with 3, though. I actually really like this. Haji, Red Leaf, and Meepos can push for free. Skeen may not be able to survive this one. You do get the inhibitor, but I mean, how much more are you going to lose? If Skeen is forced to stay, I don't know if they can hang on to it. So this is going to be the chase. Beloved Q waiting for a chance, knows that Skeen is around. This is going to be the base race, as you mentioned, and Skeen still has ultimate. Oh, the wave is not really going to be there. What a catch. Nien is going to be low, and they're going to catch this player, and it's going to be a fall down. Tower 1 goes down, and that's a kill. Beloved Q found the win. I think that's going to be a red leaf, though. Take it, the tower can't finish. Oh, that's disaster striking. Nexus Tower falls, but only 1. And it looks like TA are still alive.
Could also be a Baron angle, too.
I can't believe this is happening right now. Yeah, I can't believe this is happening. This is wild.
Getting crazier and crazier. Like, what the hell is going on right now? Is this going to be a Baron play? But if this is a Baron play, there would be no smite, which means it's not even a smite flip. It's a smite-less flip.
I don't think anyone's there, though. I don't think anyone really thinks they're going to go for it, and so I like this call. TGR just trying to push up this bid, make sure they get some value, but Beloved Q now realizes they're in a little bit of trouble. What a good tag. This Jhin actually does damage now. Collateral damage to try and stay away. It's going to be a little bit of buckshot. I mean, this is just wild stuff right now. This is craziness. 32 minutes into the game, 40 kills for TJ, 22 on the other side, and yet TA are threatening the base. Gold doesn't matter now, as this is all raw damage.
One-shotting members from TA wouldn't be that easy because they have Chem Tank Soul, which grants you extra damage reduction when they are low on health. However, something is already popped up and we kinda know the game's ending soon, but for the first time and forever, we don't really know which side is winning because it seems it could be a dub from both sides.
I like this. I like this. We are learning, we are evolving, and making sure we don't give it away. I mean, of all times, this is the tense one to see.
Wait.
Oh? Oh, we can't show you Beloved Q though!
Beloved Q with 1 health, and the balls that he have, he still has flash in his hands unused.
I love that. That is huge right now. If you go for this Baron, this could be the call down. This could be the way to end the game. But, I mean, Red Leaf is still just waiting off on the edge. I think they're going to call for it now. They are going to roam in. Beloved Q has to push out this bot lane, though. Has to stay there. If the steal comes through. I mean, they're going to try, but this Baron is fully covered. And they're going to chase. There's the Scryers. This really isn't going to see anything. But the Baron recalls are going to be very, very powerful. Now you go ahead and recall, draw everyone back in. And there's a call down. They're going to try and chase this. If they get all the inhibitors, it's going to be good. Or the wash could be dangerous in itself. There they run. The space has been broken, and there's a call. Are you kidding me? A TP. Beloved Q is going to get there so early, though. Dragon is so important here. Keep in mind, this Elder could be the make or break moment here. Rest of the team trying to scatter in. Look at the pings, though. Skeen being told to go towards that top side. This dance could be oh so dangerous. But look at the wars that they're going through. That's going to be a collateral damage. Beloved Q has to flash away and you are safe. But Jajangmyeon wants to go in. You get the slows, you get everyone there, but no one else is able to follow up. You're just dead. But the rest of the team is there. You're going to fight. You're going to try and punch your way through in the end. Might not get anything. And they catch them all. They're all going to fall and they get the dub. Screw the dragon. Push up mid. They're going to try and end the game. The wave isn't in a perfect spot, but I think that's going to be GG Mogu. This feels like the end. There's the recall from Skeen. Skeen is going to try and do his best, but TJ look like they have won this battle, and it looks like they're going to win the series. GG's all the way around, as that is going to be the series. Team June, namesayer, the owner, the operator, and now the champion, will take this first bi-weekly tournament championship.
Congratulations to our TJ on being the winner of this series. And just just a little thing, just I think it's worth to mention. Our support, TJ support Haji in this game actually got perfect KDA, 3-0 and 25 out of this game. Impressive Rakan performance, and in the final fight is also Beloved Q. I think the two main turnaround point. One of it is solo killing Trinomia without using flash despite being 1 health. That's the balls of steel. And then butterfly effect, interestingly, he used that same flash to go for the flanking teleport and use that flash to dodge out of Viego stun. The play would not work without that flash in the previous play. So, one little mistake, the play is gonna be dead. That will not exist anymore in an alternative universe where he's scared or mess up the spacing against Tryndamere. So
it was just a wild game.
I would say it's a brute force. Yes. Originally, no one could see the angle where this happened, but he just outplays it with his mechanical skills.
At the end of the day, it's really well done. Team June, every single member fought to the bitter end. Red Leaf T, Meepos, Beloved Q, as we mentioned, even Josh or Jojo Myun. Everyone fought their hardest. I mean, they put on a show for us. I very much enjoyed it. And hopefully we get to see more in the future. Mogu, it was an amazing grand finals. What did you think? Did you have fun?
Yeah, wow, this is impressive finals. And just because TA, does not have a good day and they lose out on the series, I think we need to still give credit to to TA as they also put up a great fight to this series, especially the mid laner, the Nico main, the captain True. Consistently throughout all 4 games, he has been performing well and trying his absolute hardest. So if that's an award that's for like MVP for the losing side, for the first runner-up, I'll definitely give it to True, undoubtedly.
Of course.
And,
yeah.
Yeah, and on top of that, I also like to give an honorable mention to Skin. Like he's facing against an opponent that's much higher than his ranks, but
Yep.
he's still trying his absolute best to make it work. Showing us just because we are weaker, lower elo in terms of rank points, doesn't mean that the game is unplayable. We can see his weak side on gameplay. He can even get a solo kill on player that's having much higher ranks than him, which we talk about. It could be a potential issue, but he shows that I'm on a good day right now. You can put it on weak side whenever you want. I am strong side. I decide who's the strong side. When I am on that side the strong side.
I like it. I like it. Well, thank you to everyone who did tune in. We had a lot of fun here on the desk. Hopefully you all enjoyed it as well at home. We enjoyed the entire series. So thank you so much. My name is Orbital. With me has been Lucky Mogu. We have been your casters. Thank you so much and have a good evening.
Just heat it up. Heat it up. First place for the bag of rhymes. Can't stop this shit out of your mind. Top shot it, yeah, we're top of the line. Fake boy, don't waste my time. First place for the bag of rhymes. Can't stop this shit out of your mind. Top shot it, yeah, we're top of the line. Like Dump Diddy D. Heat it up. Heat it up. Just heat it up. Dump Diddy D. Heat it up.
Thank